Friends, we'll start in about 2 minutes. Okay, we're going to go ahead and start, and I just want to begin by welcoming you all here this morning on this cold and a little bit rainy morning. You all made the trek when you could be snuggled comfortably in your beds. You know this is an important subject, and we're thanking you for just making this trip and spending your time with us today. My name is Kim Mabry, and I am your Master of Ceremonies for today for our Interfaith Behavioral and Mental Health Conference for you, the leaders and healers of our community. I am the Interfaith Engagement Program Manager for Interfaith Ministries for Greater Houston. Many of your faces are familiar to me due to my work with Interfaith Ministries. I've been there for a little over 3 years, and it is wonderful to see so many of you that I get to work with on a day-to-day basis in our areas of Meals on Wheels, where we feed many of the homebound seniors and veterans across our city, through Refugee Services, where we welcome the strangers, our newest citizens to our communities, and through Volunteer Houston, where we actively engage those in our community in outreach and good deeds across the city. My department in particular is Interfaith Relations and Community Partnerships, where we work with many of you for dialogue, collaboration, and service. So I thank you for having me here. Prior to my work at Interfaith Ministries for Greater Houston, I was actually the director of a pilot program for Methodist Hospital and the United Methodist Church that brought together faith and health, looking at social determinants of health and how faith communities can rally around those who are leaving our hospital environment and helping them once they're home to have better outcomes around those issues in their home that predispose them to readmissions. So this is a very familiar territory for me for this conference, this bridge between faith community support for those that we live with and play with and worship with, and then our hospital settings and the providers across our great city. So again, I thank you all for being here, and thank you for allowing me to kind of steer us through and navigate us through our day of work and enlightenment. So we're going to start, as we do many great interfaith events, with an interfaith prayer. So those of you, if you could come to the stage, we have Reverend Will Starkweather representing Christianity. We have Chaplain Fateh Bayer representing Islam. Namet Tashik representing Judaism. Reverend Saido Franchavelli representing Buddhism. And Kanal Vyas with Hinduism.
Good morning. From the Gospel according to St. Luke, when Jesus came to Nazareth, where he had been brought up, he went to the synagogue on the Sabbath day, as was his custom. He stood up to read, and the scroll of the prophet Isaiah was given to him. He unrolled the scroll and found the place where it was written, "The Spirit of the Lord is upon me, because he has anointed me to bring good news to the poor. He has sent me to proclaim release to the captives and recovery of sight to the blind, to let the oppressed go free, to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor." And he rolled up the scroll, gave it back to the attendant, and sat down. The eyes of all in the synagogue were fixed on him. Then he began to say to them, "Today the scripture has been fulfilled in your hearing." Friends, please pray with me. Holy God, you are the great physician of our bodies, minds, and souls. We know there are so many among us who bear wounds we cannot see. And on this Veterans Day, we remember especially those who have served in the armed forces who carry unseen wounds. Let your spirit rest on those gathered here, faith and community and health leaders, that we might be good news for those struggling with wounds we cannot see. Let this be fulfilled in our hearing today. Amen.
The chapter I'm going to recite and reveals the Prophet Muhammad after the revelation stopped for a while, and he was sad and he was distressed and he was worried about his task and as a prophet, and non-believers started mocking with him, and this revelation he received as a comfort and as a peace for his mind and heart and spirit during the hard time. I recite it first and then I will give it meaning. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. والضحى والليل إذا سجى ما ودعك ربك وما قلى وللآخرة خير لك من الأولى ولسوف يعطيك ربك فترضى ألم يجدك يتيما فآوى ووجدك ضالا فهدى ووجدك عائلا فأغنى فأما اليتيم فلا تقهر وأما السائل فلا تنهر وأما بنعمة ربك فحدث. In the name of Allah, the most beneficent and most merciful, by the glorious morning light and by the night when it's still, your Lord has neither forsaken you nor has he become displeased, and surely the hereafter at the end will be better for you than the present and before, and soon your Lord will grant you and you shall be well pleased. Did he not find you an orphan and sheltered you? And he found you wandering and guided you? And he found you in need and made you free of need? Therefore treat not the orphans with harshness, and for the one who asks repulse not. And as for the bounties of your Lord, do proclaim it. Thank you.
So there are those who teach that the burning bush didn't appear just on one day. Rather, the bush had been there all along burning, but not being consumed ever since Moses left Egypt. For years he dwelt in Midian, tending his flocks there in the perfect, pristine paucity of the Sinai. The bush burning perhaps close by, and perhaps some days at quite a distance, reflecting in his mind's eye in ways barely discernible, but there nonetheless. Remembering why he left Egypt, remembering why he was so aghast and yet filled with fear for what could lie ahead and filled with shame for not returning. Alone he felt, adrift, succumbing to his overwhelming belief that he is the only one who recognizes the evil back in the land. God's call to him notwithstanding. Calls more like tremors of the heart, more like panic attacks and shallow his breath that tighten his throat. But there was one day when Moses stopped at the burning bush, noticing it, watching it. Our Torah teaches us that God was within it, and the Torah teaches appeared to him in a blazing fire out of Adonai, a messenger of bush. He gazed, and there was a bush all aflame, yet the bush was not consumed. Moses said, I must turn aside to look at this marvelous sight. Why doesn't the bush burn up? When Adonai saw that he had turned aside to look, God called to him out of the bush, Moses, Moses. He answered, Here I am. Only once Moses turns aside to look does God call out to him, and Moses hears. And only then is Moses ready with the word, Hineni, here I am. Life and change and health are certainly not promised, even as they are hoped for and prayed. We are each God's unique image in the world, and thus the great call upon us is to stop and look aside, like the way Moses did, from a different angle, at a different depth, altering our perception to ensure we see something different, for all of it can be found in every moment. Potential portals of possible reconception exist in every moment and when we dream. Perhaps a fresh understanding, bringing forth a new belief, more empathy, positive emotion, and finally, perhaps a new action or purpose. For each of us, especially in moments of crisis, have the potential to free ourselves by looking from a different angle. Mishibera imotenu, mechor habraha leavotenu. Bless those in need of healing with refuah shlema. The renewal of body, the renewal of spirit, and let us say, Amen. Fountainhead of all life, you who rained your blessings on our mothers, Sarah, Rebecca, Leah, and Rachel, and on our fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, causing their seed to sprout and grow and thrive, not only in the land flowing, but in the desert places too. May you likewise shower us, their offspring, and those near to us, with a recovery of wholeness, a restoration of wholeness, a restoration of the vessel and its contents. May you pour your healing into the barren furrows when we are parched by illness and pain, dried out by distancing and despair. As you have given us your Torah, the waters of life, as a source of help for all time, send the waters of healing to all who thirst for peace, for wholeness, for shlemut. Amen.
On behalf of PAPS and all the Hindus around the world, as we are celebrating Diwali tomorrow, and it happens to be a Diwali Eve, I want to say Happy Diwali to all of you. Today, I will be reciting 2 Vedic prayers. The first prayers is, the essence is, let us all come together, let us all stay together, let us all pray together, and let us all progress together. And the second prayer will be about the peace. May peace radiate there in the whole sky, in the space, in the universe, in our mind, in our body, in our soul, in our earth. Let us be peace everywhere around us. Om Sahana Bhavatu, Sahano Bhunaktu, Sahaviryam Karvavahe, Tejasvinavadhitamastu. Om Shanti Shanti. Om Dhyau Shanti Antariksha Shanti Prithvi Shanti Rapah Shanti Roshadayah Shanti Vanaspatayah Shantirvishvedevaah Shantirbrahma Shanti Sarva Shantireva Shanti Sama Shantiredhi. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
We ring the bell. I'd like you to take 1 minute and pray whatever you pray and do in meditation whatever you do, because this is for Mental Health Conference. So you're here, we're here, let's do it. Let's do it for the war in Israel, to Ukraine and everywhere else in the world. Nam myo renge yo. 1 minute, please. One minute. 1 minute is a short time, and it's a long time. Look at all the people that we serve as a faith community, and all the people that are in need of our services. It's such a wonderful thing that we are here today. Nam myo renge yo, myo renge yo. I wear the crown of the medicine Buddha. I wear the saka for the community. Look what you wear in your church, in your synagogue, in your place of worship. You don't need anything. All you need is love. Like Tina Turner used to say, all you need is love. Nam yo renge yo. Thank you for inviting us today. May peace be with you.
All of you come here for a picture. Now for TikTok.
If you don't know Reverend Saito, you need to follow him. He's quite the TikToker. Thank you all for just being a beautiful display of the diversity of culture and faith across this amazing city that we all share in Houston, Texas. We cannot go any further today without recognizing that today is November 11th, otherwise known as Veterans Day. And since 1919, this is a day that has been set aside to celebrate and remember all of our veterans, those who have served and are serving. And so at this time, I would ask that anyone who has served in our armed forces, if you could please stand and let us celebrate you with a round of applause. If you could stand. Thank you so much for all that you have done in representing us and our country in foreign lands and here at home. So thank you for that. And now we will continue in the celebration and commemoration of this day with the color guard from the Harris County Sheriff's Office. Would you please rise for the bringing on of the colors? You may all be seated. Thank you very much, our Harris County Sheriff's Department. And now I would invite to the stage Mr. Nasruddin Rupani. He is the chairman of the Ibn Sina Foundation. He'll be making opening remarks here for this event. And I just want to thank both Mr. Rupani and Ibn Sina for everything that they have done to organize this event. We wouldn't be here if it weren't for them. So I thank you, Ms. Rupani, and ask you and invite you here to the stage.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Very good morning to all of you. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Honorable guests, our partners, vendors, HCC leadership, and all our community leaders, very good morning to you. I had prepared a very long speech, but it seemed like that we would start this program soon. So I'm going to just say a few of my concerns that the reason we have come together here. Mental health, as I see, that is very, very critical at this time that we address. Because I feel that the mental health, if it's not addressed, it can be our next tsunami to our communities. I would like to address two other areas that really I am very, very concerned. The number one concern that I would like to share with you all is mothers' maternal mental health. Mothers' maternal health is very, very critical to have healthy children in our new generations. The second area that I would like to really address is the postpartum depression. I have so many families and mothers that I've seen have gone through this postpartum depression. This is directly impacts our children. I have not come across any mothers, when I speak to them about postpartum depression, it brings tears in their eyes. It means there are so many mothers who are suffering from the postpartum depression and we never address it. It is very critical at this time that we come together and start looking at the root causes in the communities. I'm very, very excited to see this diverse group here, our religious leaders, community leaders, partners. I want to thank each and every one of you here to joining us here for this wonderful cause. As we all know, that when any family who is suffering and having challenges with mental health, we always rush to our worship places. And I am confident that our worship places is the place we can start the healing. Worship place has a very important role to play in the community and especially in mental health. It is also very important that our community leaders, our worship place leaders should be able to navigate or shepherd their congregations. So we have Rupani Foundation and Ibn Sina Foundation has now working together to provide free mental health, I would say, first aid training. Mental health first aid training we are offering to each and every person who are here will be given it free so they can continue serving their community and their congregations. I'm trying to avoid as much possible and not to speak too much about mental health because all the mental health experts are sitting around me and I'm not an expert. So I'm trying to avoid as much possible. So if I say something and step into your boundaries, please excuse me. A lot has been done in Texas for mental health, but I think it's not enough. We are still seeing so many suicide in the community. I would like to basically address here, and I've been keeping this with me, that every one of us must have it in our home. This number is very, very critical in saving life. So please take one when you leave, display it on your refrigerators or any place visible, and try to save life. So please help us take this message further. Thank you. I want to thank all our speakers, moderators, panelists, participants, community leaders, and especially our Ibn Sina team, Ibn Sina board of directors, for being here and partnering with us to give this message across. At this time, I would like to recognize our leader who has made all the efforts to bring this beautiful place for all of you to come together. I want to recognize Mariam Khan for her hard work. I would like to recognize I'd like Munir to be here, please. Munir? If Munir is still here. Thank you, Munir, and thank you, Mariam. Munir and Mariam are leading Ibn Sina's outreach team. And you can see this outreach team has done a wonderful job, brought all of us together on a Saturday morning. So they must have done a great work. Thank you, Mariam and your team. I'm very blessed that I was able to, I would say, found several different organizations. But I want to mention only two at this moment is that Rupani Foundation and Ibn Sina has done wonderful work for last decades. Ibn Sina Foundation has now extended the mental health services. We have 7 clinics all around town, and we will be seeing by the end of this year, or latest by next year, we'll be seeing about 100,000 patients per year. This puts Ibn Sina onto a second number in Houston. Ibn Sina when they started, we only had medical services, and now we have added dental services, we have added children's services, we have added a lot of other services and the important that we are now scaling up our mental health services. So I want to thank our mental health department lead and all the, I would say, our counselors who are here. Thank you for providing the service. I would like to address one more important area that is very important, that when any mother has postpartum depression, she doesn't know where to go. She doesn't have any direction. She's working with OBGYN, gynec, and also working with pediatrician. Both of them, they look at their health and body. Nobody addresses their brain. So I would really like to see in near future that we integrate this OBGYN, gynec, mental health, and also pediatrician to come together and find a solution that how do we address and how do we provide the service to the mothers who are suffering. And I hope we will make an effort to host another event where we will bring in pediatrician, gynec, and mental health service provider together on one platform so to address it. We also need a very important area that if a person in a family is suffering from mental health, entire family is also suffering. It's not just one person. So it is very important that we need to address how to support the entire family. And Ibn Sina Foundation, working with Hackett Center and Greater Houston Partnership, to create a hub where anyone who needs services and needs navigation or shepherding in their lifetime, they can reach out to our services, and we should be able to provide you those services to the entire family. One of my other concern that I've always been addressing is we have mental health material, plenty of it, but it's all in English. Houston is very diverse. So we need to see how can we create more material in different languages. I would like to request the event organizers, especially our outreach team, that I would like to see very soon this kind of event in different languages. There's so many communities. They will be able to, I think, be helped if we have our diverse language conferences that will help to give them the message that they deserve. So Ibn Sina Foundation has now embarked on providing these mental services, and we are scaling up our services, and we could not have done without the help of our Congressman Al Green. Congressman Al Green, when he visited Ibn Sina, he saw that there is a huge need to scale up. He was able to help us receive a $1.6 million grant from federal government. So I thank the government and thank our Congressman Al Green, who has been able to help us with the grant so we can scale up our. Ibn Sina is also looking at the need of very diverse and ethnical who would address the workforce. We have good workforce, but I think we need a workforce to address their culture, the diversity and ethnical diversity. So Ibn Sina Foundation has launched already and embarking towards creating a medical school in Houston. And inshallah, I'm hoping this medical university will be able to address the need of our cultural diversity. We have huge shortage at this time for our workforce in mental health. When I am saying that culture, when I'm saying that we should go to our worship places for healing, it doesn't mean that we would not go see a doctor or a specialist. This would be a hybrid that we must go where we can find services, and we should take all the resources that are given by the worship place, and also look at our also services, medical services should be also addressed, and they should try to balance between the faith and medicine. I've been asked to recognize some of the community leaders that are here. So I'm going to just take quickly some names. And thank you all for joining. Honorable Marty McVeigh, thank you. Consul General, People's Republic of Bangladesh, thank you. Judge Christine Becerra, thank you. Constable Nabil Shaikh, thank you. Hina Qadri, Congressman Al Green's office staff. And a special thanks for Sheriff Gonzalez for getting us this color guard on a very short notice. Thank you, Sheriff. I would like to really thank each and every one of you who are here. This would not have been possible without everyone's help. Thank you again for joining this. And at this time, I would like to announce the opening of this conference and wish you all a successful conference. Thank you.
Chairman Rupani, don't leave quite yet. We need all elected officials who are in the room to join Mr. Rupani here on stage for a photo. Do we have any elected officials?
Oh, sorry, guys. Real quick. Thank you. Thank you.
I'd also like to just show a round of applause for Judge Surinder Patel. That's done so much for our community. So thank you, Judge Patel. One more. One moment. I believe we've been asked to. Do you want them up front or in the back? All right, I believe if you are an elected official, please gather back at the where they're taking the picture. All right, so while they're gathering in the back, how did we get here? Many of us in this room many of us received invitations early on this year with the first mention of this event. They already had the date scheduled for November 11th, and the invitation was from Ibn Sina, and it mentioned this idea of bridging mental health and faith. And asking what role does the faith community have in providing mental health opportunities for the members of our communities. What does that bridge look like? What is needed? What do our faith community leaders need to know? What do our providers, our healthcare providers need to know? Because many times what is heard or who hears of needs first are our faith leaders. Believe it or not, many in our community feel much more comfortable discussing healthcare needs, mental health issues with their faith leaders long before they'll bring it up to their healthcare provider. As someone who is theologically trained, I have 84 hours of education in theology from SMU, Southern Methodist University. We did not have the bandwidth to learn everything we needed to know about mental health and the issues that we would be facing as faith leaders in our communities. That's why this conference is needed, because those of you in the audience who are mental health providers are finding yourselves sitting next to those who are working with people in the faith realm. We are not always trained in what it takes, and we need your advice. We need you as resources, referrals, so that we know what to recognize and how to deal with it. And you, as healthcare providers, are not always the ones, as I mentioned, who hear things first, are on the front lines recognizing the issues that Chairman Rupani mentioned, signs of suicide, postpartum depression, issues going on in the family. And so that's why this bridge is needed, and that's why this conference is here. We all started back in March. We had our first event where we all gathered at a wonderful restaurant. And as someone whose job it is to be in interfaith environments on a week-by-week basis, I can tell you that the gathering that we had was quite impressive. There were probably close to 100 people there, and I saw faith communities from across the spectrum. I can't imagine one faith community that I didn't see represented, both from the communities themselves, the houses of worship, and also from faith-based nonprofits that are out in our community. So this organization of Ibn Sina Foundation has been they're the first ones who called us all to the table. They are the ones who rallied us month after month to come back to the table and discuss what were the needs that we saw, who did we want to bring to this conference, and not just today, but here on after, right? Because this is not the one and done. This is the beginning of a continued conversation, continued workshops, continued opportunities for referrals, resourcing, education, information sharing, so that we can empower our faith leaders across the city to be the front lines of help, and then to be able to reach back and work with you in the clinical setting to be able to pass along those potential worshipers turned clients, people in need. So I just thank all of you who have been on this journey with myself and Ibn Sina that brought us all to this day. It's been a long road, like I said. I think my first calendar invite was on April 13th, and we've been convening monthly ever since. So this has been a long time coming, and we thank you all for the time that you're giving us. And for those of you who've been on the journey with us, we thank you for everything that you've shared. So thank you all. So let us get into as we like to say, the meat and potatoes of the event, right? What you've all been waiting for, the experts in the room who are going to start sharing this information. And our first guest speaker, his name is Dr. Ismail Porsa. And Dr. Porsa has served as the president and chief executive officer for Harris Health System here in Houston, beginning in the year 2020. That was quite a time to come into our city. What an initiation. Prior to his time here in Houston, Dr. Porsa served as the Executive Vice President and Chief Strategy and Integration Officer at Parkland Health Hospital System in Dallas for 13 years. He served in many different capacities, including Medical Director of the Dallas County Jail Health Program, Associate Chief Medical Officer and Senior Vice President for Professional and Academic Affairs, and Interim Chief Medical Officer. He has degrees in biology and chemistry, an internal medicine medical degree, a master's of public health and epidemiology, and an MBA degree in healthcare leadership. Finally, Dr. Porsa currently serves as the vice chair for the Texas Commission on Jail Standards and is a member of the Certified Correctional Healthcare Professional Board of Trustees for the National Commission on Correctional Healthcare. I think you can tell from his bio that this is a man who works and has a heart for the underserved in our community. If you don't know, Harris Health and Parkland are both the safety net hospitals for the two largest cities in the state of Texas. So without further ado, help me welcome Dr. Porsa.
Good morning. Yeah, I wasn't sure what to expect. This is not what I expected at all. This is beautiful. So great honor to be here. I'm assuming this works. Yep, perfect. One more time, good morning and thank you for having me. It is a great honor and I'll try to be brief. I know we're a little bit behind the program. First and foremost, thank you, Chairman Rupani. Thank you, Sina Foundation, for this invitation, for having me here as a keynote speaker in today's event, the Interfaith Behavioral and Mental Health Conference, Leaders as Healers. You heard from my bio that I'm an internist. I'm an internal medicine doctor. And while I have taken care of many patients with mental health issues, and I have a deep appreciation for what our mental health professionals do for our community every day, I am not a psychiatrist. As such, I don't consider myself an expert on mental health issues, and I am confident that there are many in this room who can speak on mental health issues much more eloquently than I can. But with that said, since I was chosen to be your keynote speaker, I will do that. So I'm going to do a couple of things, actually 3 things, if I may. First, I would like to spend a few minutes. This is a great opportunity for me, actually, to kind of read and understand a little more about the namesake of our sponsor today, Sina. Who was the man? I will then go over a brief, very brief history of mental illness and our approaches to mental health care. And I will end with an overview of current state of mental health in our country, which is not a pleasant one, the stigma associated with mental health, and a call to action. All right. Okay. I guess I should have been doing this. There we go. All right, so starting with Ibn Sina, or actually Abu Ali al-Hussein bin Abdullah ibn al-Hassan bin Ali bin Sina al-Balkhi al-Bukhari. With your permission, I'm just going to stick to Ibn Sina. Ibn Sina is known as the father of early modern medicine. He wrote some of the very first medical books, including the Book of Healing and A Canon of Medicine. For those of you who may not have seen the movie Physician, it's an old movie, but it's loosely around the life of Ibn Sina. I highly recommend it. It's actually a really good movie. The Book of Healing and Canon of Medicine, which was the standard medical textbook in Europe in Latin translation as late as 1650, almost 600 years after his passing in 1037. All in all, he's credited with more than 400 manuscripts and books in Farsi and in Arabic, only around 250 of which have survived. The Book of Healing, Ibn Sina discussed in the mind is existent, the mind-body relationship, sensation, perception, etc. He wrote that at the most common level, the influence of the mind on the body can be seen in voluntary movements, and that the body obeys whenever the mind wishes it to move. He was the first to divide human perception into the 5 external senses, the classical senses that we all have heard: hearing, sight, smell, taste, and touch. And this is something I didn't know. The 5 internal senses that he described as common sense, which integrates sense data into perceptions, memory, which conserves the perceptual images, imagination, which acts upon these images by combining and separating them, serving as the seat of intelligence, instinct, which perceives qualities such as good and bad, love and hate, etc., and forms the basis of a person's character, and last but not least, intention, which conserves all these senses. I just think it's very beautiful the way he thought about all of these things. Here we go. Now, what I would like to do is shift our focus to the history of mental illness before and beyond Ibn Sina. Like other human conditions, our approach and understanding of mental illness has been impacted by cultural, medical, and societal factors over the centuries. In ancient times, mental illness was often attributed to supernatural causes such as possession by evil spirits or displeasure of gods. As such, treatment that was offered to the afflicted folks with mental illness involved religious rituals, exorcism, and unfortunately for many who suffered the treatment, trepanation. There's a picture of it on the slide, or drilling holes in the skull to release the supposed evil spirits. Terrible. Things did not improve much during the Middle Ages, when mental illness was commonly associated with demonic possessions, exposing the persons with mental illness to cruel and truly inhumane treatments. This included imprisonment of people suffering from mental illness in asylums while being chained to the wall and suffering from unimaginable cruelty and deplorable conditions. During the so-called Age of Enlightenment, the 17th and 18th centuries, things got a bit better in terms of more rational and humane approaches to mental illness, assuming one was not accused of being a witch and burned to death. Pinel in France and Tuque in England advocated for more compassionate treatment of persons with mental illness and introduced a moral therapy that emphasized kindness and humane care, including access to fresh air and physical activity. The 19th century saw the establishment of more organized mental health institutions and the creation of psychiatry as a medical field. Sigmund Freud offered psychoanalysis as one mode of understanding and treating mental illness, and suggested the role that unconscious mind may play in mental illness. In the early 20th century, we saw a rise in biological explanation for mental illness and development of treatments like frontal lobotomy, electroconvulsive therapy, and introduction of psychiatric medications. Long-term institutionalization of persons with mental illness began to disappear in favor of integration of individuals with mental illness into their communities. The late 20th century saw significant advancements in our understanding of health, including mental health and mental illness, including brain chemistry and the role of neurotransmitters that resulted in the advent of new psychotropic medications. The Diagnostic and a Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, or DSM, became the standard nomenclature for classification of mental disorders. Today, the field of mental health is witnessing a rapid evolution with greater emphasis on a biopsychological model of mental health, which considers the biological, psychological, and social factors. While our awareness of the state of mental illness in our country is continuing to mature, with increased awareness of the depth and the extent of mental illness in our communities, the stigma around mental illness continues to exist. It is reassuring nonetheless to observe, as we will discuss in a couple of minutes, that we are witnessing an increasing level of understanding and advocacy, like we're seeing today, for the rights and well-beings of those impacted by mental health conditions. First, a few relevant statistics to provide a foundation, and this will be quick, I promise, for understanding the prevalence of mental health concerns, as well as issues of access to insurance and treatment, particularly as the access varies among the states. And I want to ask you guys to guess where we stand in the state of Texas. You all will get it correctly. 21% of adults in the US are experiencing a mental illness. This is equivalent to more than 50 million Americans. 55% of adults with a mental illness receive no treatment. This is more than 28 million Americans. Almost 5% of adults reported serious thoughts of suicide. This is equivalent to more than 12 million adults. This increases to 11% of adults who identified with 2 or more races. And more than 2.7 million youth are experiencing severe major depression, 60% of whom do not receive treatment. Texas ranks 46 among all states with respect to the overall prevalence of mental illness and access to care. And sad but true, Texas ranks last regarding access to mental health care. And I think everybody in this room knows that Texas also ranks last regarding access to health insurance. All right, so now shifting to, well, I'm very fast here. Here we go. Shifting our focus to stigma. Stigma refers to the prejudice and discrimination against people with an attribute, for today's purposes, those with mental health disorders. Monostigma is the misconception that mental health disorders only happen to people with flawed characters or moral failure of some kind. In reality, this disorder can happen to any of us. Stigma can refer to a public, systemic, or individual or self form of discrimination. Public stigma refers to discrimination and devaluation by others that can lead to actions that can affect job prospects, housing decisions, even the quality of healthcare that those with mental health disorders receive. Systemic stigma leads to reduction in access to care and resources. These are based on policies, laws, and practices that are based on negative stereotypes about people with mental health conditions or substance use disorders. Self-stigma refers to the negative attitudes by those suffering from mental health disorders and includes internalized shame that people have about their own condition. Stigma causes people to feel ashamed for something that is not in their own control. Worst of all, stigma prevents people from seeking the help they need. For a group of people who already carry such a heavy burden, stigma is an unacceptable addition to their pain. Some of the effective strategies of reducing the stigma, first and foremost, language. The way we talk about mental illness can perpetuate the stigma. It is important to use person-first language, such as a person with mental health instead of a mentally ill. I remember having this conversation in medical school, actually in residency, when we stopped talking about the diabetics and instead started talking about patients with diabetes. Avoid using derogatory or stigmatizing language and instead use respectful and accurate language. Education and awareness campaigns can help to increase knowledge and understanding about mental illness and to challenge stereotypes. This can include providing information about the causes of mental illness as well as available treatment options. Last but not least, very importantly, systemic change. Chairman Rupani referenced this a little bit. Stigma reduction requires systemic change. This can include changing policies and practices that perpetuate discrimination and marginalization. For example, reducing barriers to mental health treatment by increasing access to healthcare and implementing policies that prevent discrimination in employment and housing. I would like to close by a call to action for all of us, but especially for our community and faith leaders, those in this room. Faith and community leaders are often the first point of contact when individuals and families face mental health problems or traumatic events. In fact, in times of crisis, many will turn to trusted leaders in their communities before they turn to mental health professionals. When leaders know how to respond, they can help educate individuals and families about mental health, increasing awareness of mental health issues and making it easier for people to seek help. Community connectedness and support are also important to the long-term recovery of people living with mental illness. Here are some of the concrete actions our community and faith leaders can take. Maybe not. Here we go. Education. Educate your communities and congregations. Promote awareness by educating the members of your communities and congregations about mental health through education forums and other opportunities. For example, invite local mental health experts, including those who have experienced mental illness themselves, to speak with your congregations or at your community gatherings. Identify opportunities to support people with mental illness. Religious and other community leaders can play an important role in supporting individuals living with mental illnesses and encouraging them to seek help. Consider offering your organization's meeting spaces for community conversations and support groups focused on addressing mental health issues. Connect individuals and families to help strengthen the connections within your community to mental health services and support. Learn the basic signs of mental health disorders and other facts about mental health to encourage those in need to seek help. Remind others that people can and do recover from mental health challenges and that help is available and effective. Develop relationships with local mental health service providers and other family and youth organizations to help to direct individuals and families in need to available services and support in the community. And as you just heard from Chairman Rupani, share the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline in your community newsletters or other publications. And last but not least, promote acceptance of those with mental health issues. The voices of leaders and members of faith-based and other community organizations can greatly influence attitudes about mental health conditions and those who experience them. Talk about your own mental health openly. Be an example of taking good care of your mental health by making mental wellness a priority in your own personal life. I am extremely excited and hopeful with all the recent attention to mental illness and mental health, and in particular, really excited about our elected officials, our sport heroes, and others taking a public stance on the importance of caring for one's mental health, similar to what we are all used to seeing with regard to medical issues. More and more, our society is becoming more accepting of the fact that mental illness is not fictitious, is not vague, and is not a curse. And it is not, I'm going to finish, and is not untreatable. As leaders, I believe it is incumbent on all of us to bring attention to the issue of dichotomy between physical health and mental health. Thank you all so much for the invitation to speak to you this morning. I enjoyed it.
Thank you, Dr. Porsa, for being such an amazing healthcare leader in our community. And thank you for reminding us of both the history and the stigma of mental health, and to remind us of how important it is to be educated about this issue, as well as just be vulnerable and be willing to share your own stories. And now we move on to our next speaker. Dr. Kitam Hamdan is founder and managing director of Anisa Brain Health. She holds a PhD in psychology, as well as a master's in religion and psychology from Harvard University, and a master's of science from Columbia University. She is a licensed therapist, educator, content creator, influencer, and most importantly, a mom. With no further ado, Dr. Hamdan will present on Mind Matters, a deep dive into mental health disorders, understanding mental health.
Hello. All right, this is a little intimidating. Is this up here? Slides? A little technical challenge.
Dawn? They're going to start it for you.
Okay. How's everyone doing? Everyone awake? Can I get everyone just to stand up a little bit and just stretch your arms for a little bit? If it was up to me, I'd have you guys all up here talking. So, I get to talk to you about a very interesting topic, but before I talk about mental health disorders, I want to make sure we don't create one in here. Okay, thank you. Is it on? Okay.
Downstairs.
Pardon me?
The mic is start. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to wait for my slides that are my security blanket, hopefully. Do I need to do something or is it working? It's coming? Okay. All right. So mental health disorders. I'm going to try to keep this simple for the sake of not putting you to sleep, but at the same time, hopefully informative. And to start off with, I just want to kind of read this quote to you because it really puts things in perspective to what we were talking about earlier in terms of the stigma. Mental pain is often less visible than physical pain, but is more common and also harder to bear. The frequent attempt to conceal mental pain increases the burden. It is easier to say my tooth is aching than to say my heart is broken. Freud said it best, and I'm not a big Freud fan, but when he said the unexpressed emotions come out in ugly ways. And the root of a lot of mental health issues is the suppression. And I'm going to get into more detail about that, but I just want to kind of leave this, on the table, is that it's the not being able to even put words to what you are feeling and experiencing that causes a host of issues within us. The main goal for me today is I hope you at least will take one different thing from me in terms of from my understanding and my background, where I really want to elevate the conversation of changing what is mental health and mental health disorders. And it's predominantly from, my over a decade of experience of working with some of the most vulnerable population and my extensive, just constantly learning and challenging myself to kind of comprehend things differently. So there's 4 areas I'm going to talk about: mental health and the brain health, which for those of you that have ever seen me talk, I'm passionate about the word brain health instead of mental health, and I'll explain why. Talking about some of the disorders, and I'm not going to get into every single one, nor am I going to give you the diagnostic statistic manual that describes these. You can all go Google that. But then I want to talk about something called the automatic nervous system, which I think we don't really understand and we need to talk more about, which is each person here, sitting in here has their own sophisticated computer machine inside of them. And if you don't understand your own computer system, how are you going to fix it? How are you going to, I shouldn't even say fix it, how are you going to improve it, enhance it, get it to work better? And then some tips, and hopefully you guys will still be awake by the end of it. So what is mental health? You know, the traditional, I really emphasize the importance of total health because to me, mental health is health. When you have a mental health issue, you have physical health issues. But it's really predominantly, you know, my passion and a lot of my research and my study was on the integration of psychology and spirituality. And so if you see the 4 circles here kind of combining, it's the biological part, which is like your diet, your exercise, your sleep. It's the psychological part, which is your thoughts, your mental feelings, your spiritual, and then the social part. So it's the combination of all 4 is, you know, you can say total health, but also good mental health. Now, when we talk about mental health, we have to constantly remind ourselves of the spectrum, because a lot of times when people think of mental health, especially like I'm Middle Eastern and I'm Muslim, and so usually mental health is related to crazy people. That's what it's reduced to, and which doesn't kind of explain nor give justice to what's really going on, because mental health is necessary, it's integral, but it's also it happens along a spectrum. And a lot of times people think that only when you're mentally ill do you seek help. And what we're finding, and a lot of people, is that the earlier you come to get help on this spectrum, the more likely you are going to be able to kind of get back up and actually thrive. So, you know, the importance of not only just talking about mental health disorders, but also kind of elevating the language to actually talking about it as not something, even the word disorder, I get a visceral reaction because it means like it's something, you know, it's almost like something's wrong, like it's a bad thing, as opposed to recognizing that just like when you get sick and you go to the doctor, when you have a cough, you have flu, a broken arm, diabetes, cholesterol, that the same thing is for your mental health. But when you talk about something as a disorder, the label tends to kind of just give it a bad rep, and people kind of are ashamed of it because there's probably some underlying shame to begin with, and now you're telling them they have a disorder. That's going to also kind of not inspire them to go and get help. I have actually had people that come and talk to me. They're like, I'm ashamed of it. I don't want anyone to know. You know, I don't take insurance, but one of the things I tell my clients is that I disclose when I take insurance. If you take insurance, it's going to be public record. And they're like, oh my God, I don't want anyone to know. But it's because of, you know, the negative stereotype of what that actually means, as if something's, you know, something's bad. So it's really important to kind of also elevate the language around that on this spectrum, that it's normal to kind of navigate this spectrum, that and encourage people to understand that when things are not starting to feel right, you don't need to get to the point where it's debilitating, you're not functioning, to go get help. In fact, we want to be like in medicine where they do preventative care, we want to be preventative. And I find that a lot of times when I share this, you know, continuum or the spectrum, it kind of I see this sigh like, oh, okay. And it helps people kind of start understanding that, you know, I don't have to be, you know, considered kind of, you know, where you're being admitted into a psychiatric hospital or you have a severe disorder where you can't even get out of bed, that you can get help when just, you know, you're starting to kind of feel blah, or you're starting to not feel motivated, or you're starting to have, you know, a whole host of racing thoughts and racing heart. Now, brain health. To me, when even my practice is called brain health because psychiatry and psychology is the one medical profession that does not use the organ that it treats, which is the brain. Mental illness is in the brain. In the past 3 years, I've started to do EEGs, which is brain scans, to actually start kind of demystifying what's going on inside of people. And I started actually doing it with myself. For me, becoming a mental health professional or psychologist was a change of career for me. It was because, you know, as a Muslim who, an Arab American Muslim who's born and raised in the United States. I love my mom to death, but anytime something was going wrong, she'd just say, "Oh, God's not happy with you," or pray a little bit more. And I kind of wanted to understand, and I did that. I had a terrible heartbreak, prayed, got closer to God for 2 years. But guess what? After 2 years, I still wasn't feeling that great. Feel a little better, but I still felt like either, something's still wrong with me. And it was not, it was kind of my own path of trying to demystify the process for myself, that I realized that we kind of also need to help people understand themselves a little bit better, that it's the integration of psychology and spirituality. And when I did a brain scan and I kind of understood what was kind of happening inside my head, it was very validating, because I realized, it wasn't me, that I wasn't that stupid, that, I had certain brainwaves that were making me a little bit more tired. And it wasn't that I just wanted to kind of do nothing. So I'm finding that we need, more. The science is advancing, which is a great thing, because I feel it gives the field a lot more legitimacy and credibility. I work with predominantly, I'd say 60 to 70% of my clients are men, and I think it's because it's scientific. I try to use a lot of the neuroscience to kind of help them see that there is a rhythm to whatever is going on, and to help them understand themselves from a more scientific perspective. So I really love the term brain health, because it decreases the stigma, gives it more legitimacy and credibility, and also kind of increases compliance. People want better brains. I mean, don't you want a better brain? And, and it gives hope as well, that you can actually realize that, hey, this problem is not my fault. I'm not doing this on purpose. I'm not, when I have someone that has anxiety and they're like, people are just telling me I'm just a worrywart, or I'm so dramatic. And they realize look, you tend to have a little bit more brainwaves than someone who's not as anxious. And that kind of just a sigh of relief of oh, okay. So, this is different scans that will show you different biomarkers. Now, the science is still improving. It's not a 100% bulletproof, but they're markers. You can't use a brain scan on its own for an assessment, but you can use it as a key part. I have seen it to be extremely helpful with the clients that I work with. Now, mental health disorders, because I was asked to talk about it, I'm going to talk about it, like I said, but I'm going to keep it very basic. I am going to talk about 3 specific disorders: depression, anxiety, and trauma. And predominantly because, part of the Anissa Hope Center, we work with people in crisis. So my knowledge and depth of trauma has significantly has significantly increased. Judge Becerra is sitting over there. I had the opportunity to actually train I'm going to put a plug for myself here, but also for this Fort Bend County, because, truly, what a team that really takes mental health serious. And I did a continuing legal education course for the prosecutors in Fort Bend on trauma and how in the legal process. So, it's so important for us to start getting into other spaces and recognizing how mental health impacts other spaces. What does it look like in a medical setting? What does it look like in a legal setting? What does it look like going to church or to the mosque or to the synagogue? Because, in each of these spaces, our mental health is actually being impacted. And it's important. It's not kind of this thing that is just on its own over here. It's integrated throughout our life. Okay, difference between sadness and depression. Who knows the difference? So, sadness is a natural emotion. We're meant to actually experience sadness. When does it become a problem? When it's continued. And if my memory is correct, I believe in the DSM, it says 6 months or greater. That's a long time. It's interesting because for anxiety, it's 2 weeks or more. But so, once it's usually triggered, sadness is usually triggered by a specific event, i.e. a breakup. So, or something that happens, a loss or losing your job. So there is an event that actually triggers the sadness. It's an emotional state. What makes it not depression is that you're able to somewhat regulate yourself. So it's not prolonged and ongoing. and it's not debilitating. And often you don't need help. It can kind of resolve itself. Whereas depression is considered a mental health disorder. It's persistent, but it's also more than sadness. It's a sense of worthlessness, hopelessness. But this is where it kind of things get tricky, because what you'll see is a lot of these symptoms kind of cross over into other disorders as well. So for example, someone who has some type of trauma, they actually, I always say that one of the things that I've learned by my mentors is that if trauma had a gun, it would shoot the hope part of the brain off. So, which is also something that you see in people who are depressed. They don't have hope, or they're just feeling unmotivated. They're just barely trying to survive day to day. It can significantly impair your functioning, and it does require professional treatment. Now, in terms of the difference between normal anxiety and an anxiety disorder, anyone want to take a guess before looking up here? Once again, with anxiety, similar to depression or to sadness, is that there's usually an event that triggers it. So it's not just, you're waking up with heart palpitations and your heart is racing and you can't seem to kind of calm yourself down. There's usually something that's actually causing this. A case of the nerves or sweating before a big test. I've given thousands of presentations, but I still get, my stomach, the butterflies in my stomach. My heart is racing when I do presentations. It's very normal. And it's supposed to subside after the event happens. It has a starting and ending point. Relaxing your breathing kind of will help you, and lessen significantly when the stressful solution is over. So when I'm done presenting, hopefully my anxiety will have subsided. Now, when it's a disorder, it's constant and it's unsubstantiated. And I treat and I work with a lot of people who do suffer from anxiety, and it's truly, something that is debilitating. And one of the things that I've learned from working with these individuals is that it started off as regular anxiety. And because of not having the tools to regulate themselves, it prolonged and consisted and sustained itself. And that's why it's very important. I'm getting a line. 3 minutes? Oh my God. Time flies. Okay, so I guess that's my clue to hurry it up. All right, so it interferes with daily life and it feels impossible to control or manage. Come on, I didn't get to the meat yet. The brain and body connection of anxiety. I'm going to go a little faster so I can get to what I really want to talk about. The notion of trauma, and the future we're going to see a lot more of this. I am actually with the Trauma Research Foundation. I've been mentored by Dr. Bessel van der Kolk, who's considered the nation's best trauma expert. And the research that they're doing and the insights is really, this is the next, it is a hidden epidemic. I can never say that word. Because it's not about, if you remember one thing here, trauma is not about the memory. It's about the emotional imprint that it leaves in the body. And that's what people don't realize. If someone was raped or experienced sexual abuse, you can't go back and change that. It's not about changing that. It's about getting in contact with the emotional memory that's in the nervous system. Okay. Fast forward on this. Okay. You guys are going to have to give me a couple more minutes, okay? The automatic nervous system is what I do want to talk to you about, because if we can start having conversations about mental health, about your actual nervous system and what's happening inside your super machine, we can actually start teaching people how to heal themselves. And I've seen it with my clients directly, and with the people that I work with at ANISA, that what most don't realize is that the automatic nervous system connects your head, heart, and body. And on the side of your neck here, we all have something called the vagus nerve. Who's heard of the vagus nerve? Some people. Okay, so I'm going to plant that as a seed. Okay, there's a lot of seeds planting. Brain health is one of them. Automatic nervous system is another. And the third seed is vagus nerve. So if you guys want to Google and research this later on. It connects it's the nerve that literally, it's the longest information highway that connects the brain up here to your heart brain and into the gut brain. And when there's a break on this, and I'm going to explain how that happens, you're basically disconnected from the neck down. Most of us live our lives above the neck. We don't feel emotions. We are just kind of on cruise control, kind of going through the motions. Who drove here and doesn't even remember the way they came? Have you ever talked to somebody and they tell you something and you completely don't even remember what they said? Yeah, your vagus nerve, there's a break on that. There's a lot of triggers. We don't understand ourselves. And I'm telling you this because I've learned that, I had a conversation one time with my husband, and he just said to me, that he's like, why aren't you saying anything? You're just doing this. And I was like, I knew what I was feeling, but I couldn't bring words to my mouth. And I was like, I was really dumbfounded that I couldn't even explain why I couldn't even say anything. So, but then once I regulated myself, I kind of understood what was happening inside of my body. Now, this is kind of where I was talking about, is that we are meant to live life. I'm going to talk about colors, okay, in simple terms to not make this too detailed, is that we are meant to live life in the green zone. Green's a good color. It's a happy color. It mirrors our natural biological systems. It's where you're safe. It's when the head, the heart, and the body are all connected. How many people live in this beautiful green zone where you're compassionate, you're curious, you're open, you're loving, you're kind? Yes? 80% of the day is it's great. Pay attention to kids under the age of 7. They're in this green zone. And the other word for the green zone is present. They're absorbing everything around them. That's why my kids will mirror every single thing I say to them, and I don't even remember half of it. I'm like, I didn't say that. They're like, yes, you did, and verbatim. I'm like, oh. But they're present. Most of us don't live life present. And one of the things about mental health, and it leads to mental health disorders, you give me 5 minutes? Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. So when we're not present, we're something else. So if you're not present and in the green zone, you're going to be in the red zone, or you're going to be what I call the blue zone. But we don't even know what's taking us there. And that's what I'm saying, is that we have this sophisticated AI or computer machine system that's taking us there. We're not saying, oh, take me to the blue zone or the red zone. But we need to start understanding what takes us from being present. So if you're having a conversation with somebody and you're talking to them and you can actually remember what they're saying, you're present. If someone tells you their name and you can remember their name, you're present, most likely. Okay. But unfortunately, there's a lot of things that actually take us out of this zone. And my famous chart that I absolutely love, this is related to the vagus nerve, by a gentleman named Stephen Porges, who literally is a key contributor to the science of understanding the nervous system and mental health, is that when we're in this green zone, and kind of this is all the scientific stuff over here, which I'm not going to get into, but it's like you're basically safe and you're present and you're connected, you're curious. Now, here's the issue, though, with our nervous system. Our brain is constantly scanning the environment, and it's looking for threats. And it doesn't know the difference between a snake trying to bite you versus someone kind of rolling their eyes or making a sarcastic comment or throwing a jab. It basically automatically will take those threats and react in the same way. And it will go from this green zone up into the fight, flight, and then ultimately the freeze zone. Now, the reason why I share this with you is because this is how mental health disorders happen. Nobody's choosing. I mean, yes, there are some like genetics, dispositions, environmental factors that contribute to this. But in terms of the nervous system, when the nervous system is automatically kind of adjusting itself because it's trying to stay safe. At the end of the day, the whole objective of the nervous system is to be safe. And it sees somebody making, a criticism, which is going to be perceived as a threat. It's going to go into a defense mode. And that defense mode is either going to be fight, flight, or freeze. Now, for a lot of people, what happens is that they stay in these zones. They don't come back into that green zone. Now, our automatic nervous system, it's normal to get out of it, but we should be able to self-regulate. And a lot of people don't have the tools, nor do they even realize. Like, so when I'm in that conversation with my husband and I was a deer in headlights, what zone was I in? I was in the freeze. And I couldn't. Now, when you're in the freeze, I literally want you to vision like your head's over here and your body's here. So you can feel something, but if your head and body are not connected, you can't bring words to it. Has that ever happened to someone? Old age. That's a factor too. Wow, you look good for 80. Don't look it. So in that zone, in that moment, I could not bring language to what I was feeling because I was in this red zone. Now, when I regulated, which was later on, and I was back in my green zone, I can actually bring language to what I was feeling. But imagine how many people are actually able to regulate. They're in continuous heightened areas of stress. All right, I'm getting the 1 minute mark. Now, once again, anxiety or depression are symptoms and that the nervous system is dysregulated. And when that is the case, we need to start educating people on some tools on how to actually become more regulated. Back there, they gave me 3 minutes. Did I get by 2 more minutes? Okay. So some helpful tips, and I'm just going to kind of mention, is that one of the things that I tell my clients, and they actually find very helpful, is that I tell them your depression and your anxiety, they're messengers. We need to change the language too of they're not to get rid of. And in fact, when you try to get rid of them, it actually gets louder. And when I've, in my own self, I've learned to befriend what I'm feeling and to befriend my depression or my anxiety, I actually find it actually is, it's healing. So, let's stop wishing it away. Now, when I mentioned this, this is an interfaith, which I'm really grateful I can actually openly talk about spirituality here, but also, in the Muslim community, and also in other faith communities, turning to God is usually the first remedy. Well intended, it's a great one, but it's not enough. And, a lot of times too, it's either religion or it's either or, religion or therapy. And we need to kind of also change it. It's both and, which takes a bit more maturity and understanding, but elevating it once again, both and. Yes, spirituality is very important, and getting mental health care is also important. For the automatic nervous system, I've received several warnings on time here. It's no one size fits all, but it really is learning people tools to kind of get back into their body. A lot of grounding exercises are very important. About a lot of body healing. There's a lot of somatic therapists that kind of will teach people kind of to get into their body and start feeling it. I'm not a big fan of talk therapy only because I used to go to a lot of them and I felt good for 3 months, but then I went back to square one because I feel like talk therapy is later on in the journey once you've kind of dealt with some of the disconnect in the mind body. Now, what not to say to someone struggling, I just reinforce these. We mean well, a lot of people mean well, but when we say don't say just be positive to someone who's depressed, it's not going to work. Don't tell someone to calm down when they're feeling anxious, it's not going to work. And don't say just eat more if there's okay, I'm done, I swear. I feel like I'm gonna be ushered off here. So, these you can kind of just Google and see online. But once again, I just wanted to mention that there are things that you can start paying attention to in this last slide, I promise. That your mental health is declining is, there are things to pay attention to, whether it's yourself or friends. If someone starts canceling on you a lot, check in with them a little bit more. If they're starting to kind of not show up to keep their promises, they don't want to socialize or interact, they're not taking care of themselves, they're isolating themselves, those are just kind of things to kind of pay attention to. All right, I think that's it. Thank you. Jackie inside.
That's some Q&A for you. It's just a short Q&A.
Okay.
So just go ahead and stay on up here.
Oh, okay.
Actually, we have time for just a few questions. If you have any questions, please raise your hand. Yes.
Hi, my question is, has any research been done on nutrition and how it impacts brain health? The inflammation that it causes in the brain, and how does that?
Oh, excellent question. So when I talk about brain health, I talk about the 3 brains, which is the brain in your head, the heart brain, but also the gut brain. And there's a direct correlation with a lot of research now is finding out in terms of with traumatized people is that the gut microbes are not working. So even the food that they eat and the way they digest it is impacted. Also, so that's one in terms of, the impact on the gut, but then also the impact of food on the brain. I know myself, like when I eat carbs, I get brain fog. And more research is starting to prove kind of, the connection to kind of the foods that we eat and how it impacts our brain health. Sugars, for example, significant impact, and it impacts different parts of the brain. So there is a lot more now. The science is starting to kind of really show the collective impact. Yes, and like there's two parts to the inflammation caused in the brain, but that also the inflammation caused in the gut, which is all connected, because when the gut's not right, it actually impacts your brain. And the mind-body connection is so significant to our physical health.
We talked about the brain. Now, again, I'm 80 years old, and I had a brain CT and an MRI out of curiosity. They said it's a normal brain at my age. What does that mean compared to a young person? I'm just curious how you can look at a MRI and see where the brain is.
I'm not sure what they mean by a novel brain, but I do know is that that if you, I'm assuming, depending on your own, it really is dependent. The brain is plastic; it's neuroplastic, and what they find is that if you don't use it, you lose it, and that's the beauty of it. So novelty, like doing new things. When you're younger, you constantly do. When you get older, because you've done it all, it's a lot harder to find that novelty. So what they find is that you constantly have to keep growing your brain, doing new things. Yes, it does.
Yes. Go ahead.
Someone.
Okay, I have one question. I'm with NAMI Greater Houston, and we do a lot of presentations similar to this with churches, and I want to know, in your experience, how well received is this information from your professional position? Like, is there like change that has actually happened that you notice in communities when you break down the importance of just your life, the connection between your brain and your overall health and your somatic issues, the way you take care of your exercise and diet and stress? And it may create a need for a new job or career. Do you find that people are receiving that based on the information you've provided today?
It's very well received. That's what we're hearing.
I mean, to answer your question, I have to thank the ladies at NISA Hope Center, because I've done a continuing medical education course for doctors, which I was also very intimidated to do because of the science part and being able to explain it to them. For with Judge Bucera's team at Fort Bend, the more we can actually scientifically explain it and people can understand themselves first and foremost, with wide open arms. They want more.
Yes, you referred to, excuse me, you referred to sugar a few minutes ago. Would you comment further, especially the effect of sugar on the brain, especially as it relates to children and their growth?
Yeah, sugar. I love sugar. Who doesn't love sugar? So, I mean, I can talk about it on a spectrum because everybody's body is different. So, but I know, like, for example, I have two boys. One can eat sugar, and he's actually quite balanced and normal and healthy. I have another son, though, when he eats sugar, he becomes the child that looks like an ADD kid. So there are some things in terms of just understanding your own unique body, but in terms of there is a lot of studies that show that sugar does have an impact in terms of both creating the neural networks in the brain to not function as effectively. So I know my one son who has like the ADD-like characteristics, the frontal lobes, or the front part of his brain where he needs the brakes to kind of calm down, they're not on. And so I've witnessed it firsthand, right? But then also if you look at the research, everybody's different. And that's why I'm saying is that you need to understand your body and start noticing what's happening in it. I know for myself, love candy, but when I eat it an hour later, I literally want to sleep. And I'm also very in tune with my body. There's a lot of people, they're not in tune with their body. So I would say pay attention to what's happening inside of you, and then it's related to your insulin levels and how well you metabolize them and your glycemic index. So there's so many factors in it, but it does not, how do I say this? It's not good for your brain when you actually see what the science proves. In fact, I've drastically cut sugar back because I've seen how unhealthy it is for my brain. I mean, the bottom line is junk in. You put junk in, you're going to get junk out.
I have a question, please. Can I have one question more? One more question? Yes. I had two, but I'm just going to the one, the ADD, in terms of parents, and oftentimes our kids are, because a teacher maybe not be able to handle the child, and they'll immediately prescribe drugs for ADD. What advice do you give to parents in terms of not being overprescribed or having their child not being brought up on all these drugs?
Great question. So one of the reasons that I started doing brain scans is actually to do something called neurofeedback. Who's heard of neurofeedback? Okay, so neurofeedback is actually, when it initially was founded, which is basically they put electrodes on your brain and it rebalances your brain waves, was originally created for epileptic seizures and ADD. So my 7-year-old son, who was he was never diagnosed with ADD, but has biomarkers for it. I did neurofeedback on him, and it significantly helped. In addition, with obviously proper diet and sleep. I went to a parent-teacher conference, and the first thing the teacher said to me was like, "Oh, good news, he's sitting in his seat." I was like, I didn't even know that was a problem. So, there are things that you can do. I'm not against medication, but at 7 years old, if I don't have to put him on medication, I'm going to do everything to try not to. There's a lot of literature out there that talks about, get their diet right first and foremost, get their sleep right. Actually, if you want good brain health, if you're not sleeping 6 to 7 hours or 7 to 8 hours, that's going to take a toll on your mental health to begin with. So sleep is very important. Then followed by your diet, followed by your social environment. Remember, and then you can start including other interventions. I don't know if that answered your question. Okay.
Yes. My question is, with your experience with nervous system, what part of brain is used when people, they say they talk to the evil spirits and souls and jinns? So.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
My question is, what like a brain is used, and people, they say they talk to the spirits, evil spirits and souls and jinns, and with your experience, could you please tell that is true that people, they talk to all these invisible jinnats and all these spirits?
Yeah. I haven't looked into that one yet.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hamden. I feel like we could have just a whole day, just you. So thank you so much. Okay, our next speaker is Ms. Mahtab Maradi, and she is currently working as a counselor that oversees behavioral health project at Ibn Sina Foundation with over 22 years of experience in psychology, counseling, and behavioral management. And she's going to be presenting on the mental health ecosystem, roles and relationships, and how to navigate this crazy mental health system that we have in our country. So we're grateful for her time and expertise.
Okay, how is everybody doing? That last question was great. So just a little bit of a change last minute. We are kind of squeezed for time. So I want to take this opportunity to introduce our new program at Ibn Sina and kind of play a little game of alphabet. My name is Mahtab Maradi, and I am the project manager for the behavioral health team at Ibn Sina. We are doing a fantastic job attracting great talent. 3 of my team members are here while the other 2 are covering clinic today. I would like for you guys to stand up. And Arwa is our clinician. She's an LPC. She speaks Arabic, and literally the first day she started working and helping folks in their native tongue, and I can't tell you how powerful that is. Not only to be a licensed clinician and have all this wealth of knowledge, but to meet people where they're at and speak their language and hold their pain, find solutions for them. And so I really appreciate you, and I'm so grateful for you to be part of the Ibn Sina team. Next, Marco Gonzalez is another licensed professional counselor on our team, and he speaks Italian and Spanish. And yet another superstar who immediately hit the ground running and started helping folks as we were having walk-ins in our clinic. As you guys start learning more and more about the mental health field, you'll notice we all have these funny letters behind our names. So, having some technical difficulty. I want us to meet, you guys to meet Dr. Amina. She has been a psychiatrist with Ibn Sina. Sorry, I did not see you this morning. So I think that goes to say that we have the entire orbit of mental health between child and family psychiatry, adult psychiatry, licensed professional counselors, social work. My license is LMFT, which is more relationship based. Another superstar, Dr. Zia, is also here with us. He's a psychiatrist, and he's been with Ibn Sina for a very long time. Yeah. And also with this new program, everyone from our medical assistants to people who greet our patients, we are all going to be trained in collaborative care. So we're going to all be speaking the language of mental health. And that kind of brings me to something Chair Rupani had mentioned earlier, and that is access. Due to the clinical locations, the populations that we're serving, and because there's such a shortage of mental health professionals, I think having that integrative model in the behavioral health within the family medicine and PCP gives so many folks access that normally would not have access to. So having said that, I want someone to tell me what a LPC is in the orbit of mental health. Any takers? Oh, okay. Licensed professional counselor. Does anyone know what it takes to become a licensed professional counselor? Or we just, yeah. Well, most mental health license track, they go to bachelor's degree, then they go to a master's program. After they complete their master's successfully, they are all required to do 1 year of an internship. And before they take their board exam, they have to successfully complete that year of internship and be supervised by at least 100 hours. From the time that a licensed professional counselor or LMFT or a licensed clinical social worker gets to their full license, we're talking about 3,000 hours of patient contact. And in my field, we had to split. My 1,500 was for individuals, and the other 1,500 was with couples. And that's a fun one, guys. People fighting, and you try to put out fires. But it's great for career building. So, when you see what someone commits to when they sign up to be a mental health provider, it's a long road. it is often under-recognized. Hopefully, we can all change that in this room. And it's also, you have to kind of see it in yourself. It has to be something you truly believe in and you want to help people to stick it out for that long. So we're talking, 8+ years of your career. And a lot of us have even other specialties. So that means more schooling. So we're very excited for this project, the relationships we're going to build. My background being an LMFT, I'm big on relationships. I think we often heal in positive relationships. It's not just, we all have access to information and resources, but it boils down to who we are and do we care enough? Do we care enough to show up for people? And I'm very grateful to continue these dialogues with everybody. For the sake of time, I thought that it was more of a priority for you guys to know our young team and our growing team. And I'm so excited to be able to serve the community, multiple languages and expertise. And since I didn't get to share my long presentation with you, just navigating this orbit means, knowing who to ask for. And your first line should be like, just encourage someone go to their doctor. And in our clinics, our doctors are trained to help make those referrals and make the right referrals. If it becomes a little bit much for us, we've got our psychiatrist who can take care of more acuity. In mental health, we have like levels of acuity. At the highest level, folks go into an inpatient setting where they're monitored 24/7. A psychiatrist is always on board. They get 24-hour nursing. At the intermediate acuity is more like IOP, intensive outpatient care, which means someone has gone from kind of not being able to live at home and function, and they're going from the hospital, but they still need a lot of support and group therapy and individual therapy, family therapy. And then you've got your outpatient, which the acuity kind of drops. They need those check-ins. Maybe they're struggling with anxiety or depression, and they need to kind of go do CBT, which is cognitive behavioral therapy, and med management. And then you got psychoeducation and outreach, which we've got that covered also. I think these guys are ready to go. But thank you. I think this is going to be a great relationship. We have to move Texas up on that. I hate being last. I like to win and build winning teams, and I really think I have a winning team. Thank you.
Thank you, Mahtab. We're going to move into our first of two panel discussions. And so I'd like to invite our three ladies up, and I'll introduce you as you're walking up. We have Dr. Connie Almeida. She'll be actually our moderator for both this panel as well as our next panel discussion. Connie Almeida is a licensed psychologist and licensed specialist in school psychology. And she's the founding director of the Behavioral Health Services Department for Fort Bend County and has been doing that since 2010. So thank you very much for being a part. Are you going to introduce the speakers or not? Okay, all right. All right, and our two guests on the panel. First, we have Angela Hudson. She is the executive director of the National Alliance on Mental Illness for Greater Houston. If you're not familiar with the National Alliance on Mental Illness, it often goes by the acronym NAMI. So also for 2 decades, she has been an executive leader, a mental health advocate, spokesperson, and trainer on the local, state, and national levels. So thank you very much for being here, Ms. Hudson. And next on our panel, we have Ms. Kim Williams. She is a passionate mental health advocate, ally, speaker with lived experience committed to dismantling stigmas by having the hard conversations around mental health. She's a healthcare professional with more than 25 years of experience in healthcare marketing, communication, sales, and community engagement. So welcome, ladies. You're welcome to take a seat.
We're going to try to do this. feel like I have my own talk show here. It's an honor to be here, and I truly am honored to facilitate this discussion. And it's always amazing what I learn. And when we talk about mental illness and reducing the stigma, and how do we create environments when people can safely talk about what they have experienced and be received without judgment and in a helpful way. So that's all I have to say. No, we have 20 minutes, I think. It's always between us and I think a very useful break and then lunch. So what a great opportunity. But we really do have this opportunity to hear from two amazing individuals with a lot of experience, both in the field of supporting individuals with mental illness, providing services, but today talking really about their own lived experiences, especially in terms of reaching out to their faith-based leaders and community. So shall we start with Angelina? Want to start with your story?
Yes. Well, my name is Angelina, and I'm a mom. Aside from the role that you hear with me from NAMI, I started out just dealing with children who were exhibiting signs and symptoms of something. I thought it was just my ineptness at being a mom. I thought it was all my fault, that somehow other parents were able to navigate how to control their children, and yet I couldn't go to the grocery store, Target, or anywhere without having absolute meltdowns with my first son. And I knew something was wrong. At 7 months, I knew something was wrong. I went to the doctor. They said nothing's wrong. You're just a nervous mom. He's your first boy. You're comparing him to your daughter. There's nothing wrong. Boys are sometimes later in development than girls. Just give it time. 3 years later, after going to 10 different doctors, I'm like, something is really wrong. My husband, now we're married 30 years, but when we first started out, he is also in the mental health. He's a pharmacist, and he totally believes 100% confidence. If the doctor says there's nothing wrong, honey, there's nothing wrong. Honey, you're overreacting. Do you know a pharmacist? They work 10, 12-hour shifts. He worked in our earliest years, he worked 6 days a week. He didn't know these children. And so fast forward, it became a point where it was time to go to school, and my son was not developing in the way that other children develop. Now, in the meantime, we're going to church, because I learned growing up, when you have children, you start from the bassinet. You do not wait until they're walking and talking. You've lost. You start from the time they can blink their eyes. You take them to church. So I always went to church. I always followed my faith. My husband was still working 6 days a week. And I said, honey, the children are not acting like the other children. And he said, listen to the doctor. So we moved to Houston, and we had an opportunity to move to Atlanta or Houston. He said, where do you want to move with his career? I said, I need family support. Let's move back to Houston. So we moved to Houston, and the first week we go to a church. And that was the best thing that ever happened in my whole life, because the next full year at the Texas Children's Center, the Meyer Clinic, we were going through testing with my son. My son was the most impacted. And we were going through testing with him for a full year before I got the first diagnosis, which was not his real diagnosis. But during that year, I thought I was losing my mind. I felt cursed by God. I felt like I was an unfavored mom. I felt like my history, things I thought in my mind, things I had done in my heart were cursing my family. I felt that it was my fault. In our faith, if you talk about and complain about something you pray about, that means you have no faith. So just go back and pray some more. And when the doctor asked me for the first time, Mom, how do you feel? I said, no, I believe God. She said, no, tell me how you feel. I said, I believe God. Don't bother me. Just tell me about my son. Don't talk to me, right? And I actually had an absolute meltdown in the lobby. She heard about it and she said, "No, tell me." She put her pen and her marker and her everything down and she pulled her, that little stool, that little round, she pulled all the way to me and she said, "Tell me how you're doing." And I fell completely apart. And she said, "Thank you." She said, "That was the first step over the Grand Canyon. Now we can help you." And that was the first time anyone in the clinical community saw me. And my son at that point was 4 years and 1 week. And I had been isolated, having thoughts of suicide, hurt, pain, blame, shame, and guilt since he was 7 months old. And I'm going to end it with this. The way that I began to build my ability to ask for help was the pastor of my church called me one day and said, "Why haven't you been coming to church?" And I said, I was pregnant with our third child. I felt like a bus. I was way out to here. And I said, I can't manage my pregnancy and all of this. And the people at the church were saying, "Well, he doesn't act that way when your husband is here." So my pastor then started sitting my son in the most prestigious chairs. There's chairs that sit at the front of the church that only the highest elders sit in these chairs. No other persons sit in these chairs. And he said, "If you come to church, I have support for you." You know what he did? My son was cutting a flip, and I was so embarrassed, and I was big and pregnant and sweating and trying to get him back. And oh my God, I felt the shame of all the other moms looking at me because I couldn't control my son. And he said, "Quentin," with the deep man voice. And my son looked, and he said, "Come here and sit down next to me." My son today is outside. His name is Quentin. We call him Q. He is now 26 years old. My family was saved. It's held together because of spiritual leaders. I brought one of those leaders here with me today, Gary Eagleton, who prayed with me, who walked this journey with me. And I'm very thankful for the faith community for supporting me and my family and my healing and my sanity.
Love that. Um, so I'm so grateful to be here, and thank you all for coming. And for Mr. Rapani, thank you so much, and just the whole team. It's been a pleasure the last 6-9 months of planning this. I'd like to share a little bit about my story as well and what the faith community can do. And I think there's also some opportunities that we have. And so in 1997, in December of 1997, I lived in San Antonio and was getting a divorce, had just been promoted, and my biggest support system had moved about 5 hours away. And I was trying to sell a house that had a foundation issue. So I would say I was a little stressed. And so during that time, I had been working on managing my mood disorder that I manage. I'm an individual that I manage bipolar disorder. And during that time, which is very common for some of us with this disorder, I decided I felt better and I didn't need to take my medications. You've heard that before, Angelina. And so I took myself off all of my medications and I got very sick very quickly. And I had a suicide attempt, and I had never been suicidal before. And so it was a shock for my family, for my work, for my faith community. They were really surprised as well. And so I relocated from San Antonio to Houston and started attending a big church here in Houston. And I started going to healing services. And I was praying that God was going to heal me, right? I didn't really want to have to take the medicine. And I would go to the healing service every Tuesday night and pray. Nothing was happening. And what ended up happening is I befriended 2 clergy members of this large church. And these 2 women used to be nurses in the Texas Medical Center. And they began to just walk this road with me. And they realized I shared my story with them, which I have not publicly shared my story until last year because of my professional life. But I shared my story with them, and they were able to notice some signs and symptoms that concerned them. And I was very distraught one evening and was at the church. And one of the nurses, who's a clergy member, said, "Kim, I think we're going to need some intervention here. I think we're at a point where we're going to need hospitalization." I don't have family here. I have a bunch of friends here. But to have a faith leader say, "We're going to need some intervention, and I'm going to drive you there." And she drove me there, and then she came and she visited me when I was in the hospital, and then she coordinated my transportation for someone to come and pick me up. And then she also gathered my friends from the church and had them help me as I continued this. I think it's so important to tell the story, but I think it's also important for us to realize that our clergy are one people. Right? They're one person or a group of people. I am a trained Stephen minister, and what that means is that I help individuals walk difficult roads in the church. But Stephen ministry and lay chaplains are one people too, and a lot of time that is one to one, right? And so what I would leave this conversation with is a recommendation and a challenge. And this is the challenge. It's going to take all of us. It's going to take the entire congregation. And we're going to need to teach one another how to show up and how to provide comfort and skills to the hurting. And it's a skill set.
Thank you. So first of all, I want to thank you for the courage that it takes to talk about our vulnerabilities and our experiences. So just a couple follow-up questions, and it's really fascinating. So Angelina, you talked about how your minister reached out to you and said, "Hey, why aren't you coming?" So I've been doing this work for many years, and it's always important to think about who's not here, who used to be coming and who's not here. So that was amazing. And then Kim, you talked about how somebody walked with you. It's that ability to, you feel safe, they reached out where you were, and then there was this connection. Clearly you were talking about this resistance with the medication and the stigma, but it was like they connected where you were. And I think that is such an important piece. So I just have two follow-up questions, and clearly we could talk forever on this. But if you had some recommendations for faith-based leaders, and you already talked a little bit about that for faith leaders, and how to approach people with mental illness. And then I think the other one, kind of a follow-up, and you can address them both at the same time, is to clinicians. Faith is a very important protective factor for mental illness. It's an anchor for many of us. And maybe just talking about that, how can clinicians maybe better incorporate faith into the clinical world?
I think that is an excellent question. So the reason I honed in on the pastor making the first statement that this was something that we were going to face, not hide, not ignore. I can imagine all the moms before me who had probably just gone home, taken their child, and never came back. But this pastor said, her husband is working. I'm going to make a statement and put him in a role where he's seen. And that means the family is seen. Because I have two other children who were later diagnosed with mental health issues. So I have 3 children diagnosed, and they were all diagnosed in elementary school. It's a neurological issue in our family, and it showed up in our children. And so what he did was he gave permission for other people to accept, open up, and talk about it. Later, I had surgery, which again created problems because then there was no primary caregiver for my children. All the sisters got together and they washed my clothes and they answered my phone and they took care of the baby who was 6 weeks old. They did things for me, and I know it was because that faith leader showed first that we're not going to abandon that mental health is a illness like any other illness. If you have a heart problem or a kidney problem or a lung problem, people will cook dinner, cut your grass, carpool your children. But when it's a mental health issue, people run the other way. And this pastor said, we're not going to do it. And because he said that, the rest of the women in the church followed and they supported me. And I thank Pastor Johnny Prados for that. So my challenge, like Kim, is if you are a faith leader, open up the opportunities for these stories to be heard, for people to share their experiences of hope and recovery. We even have, through NAMI, we have speakers that do that. Kim is one of those speakers that will come and do that. So you can stop by our table and find free speakers to come and share these stories, because sometimes there's no one in the congregation strong enough to yet share their own story. And then the second follow-up question was, what can clinicians do? I go to a church now. We moved, and my husband found a new temple for us to worship in. And in this church, I started doing, because my son was nonverbal for a few years, I'm also an ASL interpreter. And so I started interpreting. And as I looked around the church, because you see things different on stage than you do in the pews, I noticed there were a lot of clinicians in the congregation. There's LMFTs, there's LPCs, there's a clinical psychologist or two. I mean, a lot of people who worked at the Harris Center, because I work in that building, I started noticing, hey, I saw you on the elevator last week. You know, do you know there's about a dozen or so mental health professionals sitting in my church, and the pastor doesn't know? Doesn't know. Because you talk about a dichotomy between the brain and the body. What about the dichotomy between our professional life and our personal life? As if our personal life stops when we walk into our offices. No, it does not. No one is exempt from having a mental health issue in their families. If you say you don't, okay, I'm going to look at you side-eye. Okay? Because it's there. It may not be diagnosed, but it's there. And so my challenge to the clinicians that are here today, go to your pastor, go to your faith leaders. Allow yourself to open up and be utilized to share what you know, that PowerPoint that we saw earlier, that should go to all churches. Every church. We have Heart Health Month, Black History Month, Mental Health Awareness Month, I think Breast Cancer Awareness. We need mental health awareness every month, because yes. There is no illness, there is no physical illness that does not impact the mental health of the person who's diagnosed and the people who love them. So come by our table and look at how you can create a mental health opportunity in your community of faith. We're outside.
You remember the questions?
You can tell. Yes, I do, actually. I do remember the question. So one of the things that I would say is there are some churches out there right now that are innovative and are creating mental health and wellness platforms within their churches. And so if you're interested in that, I would ask you to just reach out to me, because I've had the privilege of working with several of them. The other thing that I would say is that I think you're right that there are people, Angelina, that are mental health professionals that are in the churches. But I think that, again, there are also lay pastors and pastors. And I think it helps, and I would agree, and I'm just going to piggyback on what you said, is to have someone who has lived experience to really come and talk, because that's where the rubber meets the road. And I'm going to tell you, I'm in healthcare, been in healthcare for 30 years. I wasn't willing to share my story until about a year ago. And it's the pandemic that helped me open up, because I saw so many people hurting. And the reason why I didn't is because of the stigma in healthcare. And there's a stigma in church as well. And that's why I know Angelina is so committed. I'm so committed to having the conversation. And then the next question was about the clinicians. And I would say this, there are 8 dimensions of wellness, and all of those dimensions of wellness need to be addressed. And that's spiritual, physical. And so I would encourage the counselors and the clinicians to know what organizations, churches in your area, in your community have. And if they don't have something, I'd love to talk to you about helping them set something up.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You know, just a couple of things that I wanted to emphasize again, how our faith-based communities can really be that safe place, that green zone, to allow us to feel accepted and again, to reach out. It's interesting because you were talking about that. How can we ignore our spirituality if we really look at mental health as a total health or the total health approach that we need, you know, the mind, the body, the gut, the heart, and spirituality has to be part of that. And when we address that. So I just really would like to thank you for your courage, for all that you're doing and have done for the community of mental health and for the children, the families, and the adults that you serve, and for the courage to share your story. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, you want to have a final word?
Yeah, just a
Angelina?
final
Go.
word. Just,
Okay.
you know, I'm a lot of words, but this will be a short. This will be
Yeah.
a short final word.
We're actually good. You might have.
Yeah, this
one
is
more
really
minute.
short, and that is people who are diagnosed with mental health conditions. It really catches the family off guard and the individual, and we consider it through NAMI a trauma. It is a trauma to the individual who's diagnosed, and it's a trauma to the people who love them. It is a lifelong journey once it's diagnosed, and the issues can be chronic. The church has the greatest opportunity to watch these families in their struggle and then provide support, help, and assistance when it's needed. And the question is how? How are you going to help? So again, Kim said, come to me. We also have a table outside with different strategies because emotional trauma can only be healed in a group. It can best be healed in a group. It's individual, but it's group healing that is needed. And what better place than the place where you have your higher being and your faith to carry you through?
Yeah, and I'm going to piggyback on that. It's community. We cannot do this world and this life alone. And that is the best thing that a faith leader can do for your congregation or your organization is to build that community of support.
Thank you so much. And I think we have a yoga meditation prayer break. So right before lunch. So thank you again. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Yes, thank you for sharing your stories. We are glad that you found yourself in good faith communities who are prepared to help you with this journey. Yes, we are going to get a little out of our comfort zone, and we're going to have a transcendence break with yoga, music, and spiritual refresher. And so, Geeta Ravula, are you here? All right. So Gita is a certified yoga and meditation coach, a Hindu faith leader and faith teacher, and was initiated into spirituality by her guru in 2003. She's founded a nonprofit, Asherwad, is that correct? Asherwad, a blessing temple, where she coaches Vedic values. So we are thankful for you to come here and share these tools for mental health with us.
So maybe we can open up a little.
Standing.
Let me see. Can I get some tech support up here? Mic stand? Microphone stand? Yes.
So while you do this, I can speak and you can arrange that. That would be ideal. Okay, yeah, you can speak. Yes. Namaste. I bow to the divine in each and every one of you. Thank you, IBN Sina Foundation, for doing this. This is so important. Thank you to all the organizers and volunteers. If you all can put your hands together and, just appreciate them, that'll be great. And we know, pulling up events like this there's so much hard work of each and every individual that goes into it, and and still we feel that we need more energy. So today, I'm gonna take you through a transcendence break, a little bit tools for us to integrate into our busy life schedules. Very simple tools, but powerful tools. Simple breath work, but it's very powerful, how we can use it. And I heard our esteemed speakers talk about the emotional traumas which we go through, and we need a group, not only a group or a community, but we can also do this on an individual basis, wherever we are. Maybe we are at work or at home, we can implement this and benefit and lessen our trauma. And eventually, the consistency is the key. But before I go there, would like to, we come from different faiths, and we have commonalities when it comes to meditation or yoga. It might be a different word, but there are commonalities in our faith. The commonalities which we have are mindfulness is mostly mentioned in our faith through stories, inner reflection in our stories through how we can change into a positive being or a kind, more compassionate being, and how to stay away from vices. There's so many stories in our faiths. And the most powerful thing, we all connect to the God, the supreme energy, the higher power. We may call different names, but it's the same higher power. So these are some of the commonalities we have. And meditation is not to replace faith. It is to complement faith. It is for our own emotional and mental well-being. And it is to connect to our faith in more deeper sense. So it's a complement. It complements us. So I always, before going to my prayer room, I always do my meditation and then enter the prayer room. And it feels I can connect to my God more easily, peacefully. Energies all settle down. But again, as faith leaders, we have our burnouts, which we cannot share with normal people because we are looked at that level. We are placed on a pedestal there. And we can't openly accept because we are the solution providers. How can solution providers have problems, right? So, but we do burn out because we take care of others and we forget to take care of ourselves. And there are so many ambiguous situations right now. We all know it's happening all over the world. And we lack, sometimes there's no solution, no straightforward solution. And that decision-making capabilities in those ambiguous situations when they are challenged and we are not able to make a straightforward decision, that leads to conflict, that leads to stress. And as faith leaders, we cannot be stressful because when we have the conflict in mind, that develops, that builds stress. And when we have stress, that might manifest into anxiety, anger, what happens when it manifests into anxiety and anger? Our faculty of mind, it diminishes its capability. All the knowledge we accrued through the years, we all know when we get anxious, completely we'll be unable to access that knowledge. Our own knowledge in our own mind and intellect, we have our anxiety and our anger, it completely diminishes. We cannot access it. And the source to it is conflict that develops in our mind. So meditation removes that conflict. We are going to attack the source completely. So, and as faith leaders, definitely we need to have clarity of mind, and meditation brings us this clarity of mind, reduces stress, increases our focus, our mental and emotional well-being. And it's important as a faith leader, it's very important that we be in the present moment. And all this stress or conflict in the world, our mind is scattered in 1,000 different ways that falls into only 2 categories. If we can every day remember that, it's only 2 categories. One is the conflict with the past, and one is the conflict with the future. Conflict with the past that has happened. We are still attached to that. And we cannot change the past, whatever we do. We cannot change. Conflict with the future. What's going to happen? The fear, which is a low vibrational energy. And we are helpless sometimes. We can do only the best right now in the present moment. We cannot go in the future and do it. We can do right now. And that right now, the best we can do should be conflict-free. Because conflict-free if we are, we can do our best. If we have conflict again, it diminishes our faculty of mind, a faculty of knowledge within. So I'll tell you a small story before starting the meditation, which is very important. And if you all can remember this every day, like a little bit, and practice, it's going to help and bring us clarity of mind. A story of an enlightened being who's walking with his students in a forest. And the enlightened being wanted to teach a lesson to his student about the thoughts, what impact thoughts have in our life, in our mind. So this enlightened being asks the students like, hey, go get some drinking water from nearby lake. And the student goes and he sees so many buffaloes coming out of the lake. And he sees all mud raised, and he thinks like, this is not drinking water. And he goes back to his master immediately and says like, there's no drinking water there, it's all mud. And the enlightened being smiles, and then he says, go back, sit for 60 minutes, and then get the same water. So he goes back with like, why is he asking me to go and waste my time, when there's no water to drink, there's no drinking water. He goes back and he sees all the mud settling down slowly. They come down, the mud comes down, and then he now can see the water very clear. He takes that water and he learns his lesson. The lesson is the mud is like thoughts which we have in our minds, so many thoughts scattered. And meditation will bring all those thoughts down. And we can relax we're going to give that break to that thought process. So that's what meditation is going to do. But if I can have a standing mic or on the chair, near the chair, is it possible or no? A mic over there so that I can sit down. Yes. Thank you so much. And now we'll do something called Upa Yoga, simple techniques. I know you might have had a lot of information to consume, and you've been sitting here from morning. So we're going to remove all those stagnant, to loosen up all the stagnant energies by doing little yoga called Upa Yoga. You can do that at home very easily. So before introducing to Upa Yoga, we'll work on our breath work. Breath is directly related to mind. When you inhale and exhale, when you regulate your breath, it's going to regulate your mind. So when you discipline yourself through the breath, you're going to discipline the mind. And we are going to tell our mind what to do than our emotions and our thought process or thoughts taking over us. So it's going to be opposite. So it's a simple breath work, which is when you breathe in, your stomach should expand. And when you breathe out, your stomach should contract. So if it's not happening, then we'll use the support of our hands and then we'll put it on our stomach. And when you breathe out, just push the stomach inside. And then breathe in, automatically our stomach expands. And those who are very skinny, it's okay, you're not going to see the visible results, but it's good and bad. Okay, so let's get started. First, we'll do the breath work properly. This is called proper, complete yogic breath. So let's all relax, back straight, neck straight, relax, and breathe in into the stomach and breathe out. The stomach contracts and breathe in. You can close your eyes and breathe out. Breathe in and hold your breath for 6 seconds. Breathe out and hold your breath for 6 seconds. Breathe in, 6 seconds. Breathe out, hold your breath 6 seconds. And breathe out for 6 seconds. And hold your breath for 6 seconds. And breathe in. And now relax, you can open your eyes. So next time when you're breathing in and out, you can focus on your breath and listen to your own breath. And we're going to incorporate this with little yoga poses. You're going to breathe out, exhale, and bring your head down. And breathe in and head back. So do as much as it permits. Don't overextend. Okay, let's do that. Breathe in, bring your face down. And if you can, let your chin touch your collarbone, that's good. If not, it's okay. And then breathe out, breathe in. And stretch back. Stretch your head back. Breathe out and bring it in slowly. Bring down your chin. Let the chin touch your collarbone if it can. And breathe in. And your head extended backwards. And now relax. One more neck exercise, or Upa Yoga we call. Breathe in and breathe out. We're going to turn our head towards left and then breathe in to the center and then breathe out to our right and then again breathe into the center. Okay. It's going to relax our neck muscles also. Breathe in, breathe out, and move your neck towards your left as much as you can. And breathe into the center, your neck to the center. And breathe out, move your head towards your left as much as you can. And slowly bring your neck again to the center by breathing in. Breathe out Move your head slowly towards your left. And breathe in, your head towards the center. And breathe out, your head towards the, extended towards right again. One more time. Breathe out. And breathe in to the center again. These are simple neck exercises to, loosen up your stagnant energies. And I would like all of you to stand if possible. We'll do one more small exercise which will loosen up all your upper body. So interlock your fingers near your chest and stretch as much as you can. And then back towards your chest. Now we're going to incorporate the breath. Breathe in and extend. You can close your eyes and do this too. Breathe out, exhale, and bring it back. Breathe in. Hold it for 10 seconds. And breathe out. Breathe in. And breathe in. And little we'll change the angle. Breathe in. And breathe out. One more time, same angle. Breathe in. And breathe out. And now over your head, breathe in. And breathe out. Breathe in. And breathe out. One more time, breathe in. Slightly tilt towards your left as much as you can. Breathe out to the center. Breathe into the right. And breathe out to the center. Then relax. Bring your hands very slowly. Now you can sit down. And now that we loosened up our energies, we'll go into a simple, 3-minute meditation. You can use the Chin Mudra. This is called Chin Mudra, or just open your hands. This is said to improve our memory. So open your hands and put it on your knees, again back straight. And now I invoke the Supreme Energy to clear what doesn't serve our purpose. Clear all the energies that doesn't serve our purpose. And protect all of us, all our loved ones, families, our communities, our congregations. And we'll incorporate the breath work now. Breathe in. Into the stomach. Hold your breath. And breathe out. Hold your breath for 6 seconds. Breathe in 6 seconds. Hold your breath for 6 seconds. And breathe out for 6 seconds. And hold your breath. And we're going to
Say some affirmations to attract positive energy. And all this is done with your back straight, neck straight, chin little up. Breathe in and fill yourself with positivity, peace, love, joy, compassion, kindness, acceptance, willingness, success. Breathe out all that doesn't serve our purpose, failures, hurt, anger, disappointments, anxiety. Let everything be wiped out. Exhale that out of your mind and body. Breathe in. Peace, love, joy, happiness, success, kindness, empathy. And breathe out that doesn't serve your purpose. Exhale all the stress out, anxiety out, the past hurt which doesn't serve our purpose. Let it be out of our body and mind. One more time, breathe in. Peace, love, joy, empathy, kindness, forgiveness, willingness, courage, the divinity. And breathe out all the past hurt, the worry that doesn't serve our purpose. Let everything be out of the system, our body and mind. Now, keeping your eyes closed, still, let's invoke the supreme power, which is in the form of golden light. Let's imagine this superpower, the higher power, and let it visualize it showering on your head, flooding all the golden rays on your head, entering your face, into each cell on your face, your shoulders, your hands and your fingers and your chest, stomach, lower back, upper back, thighs, lower body, knees, legs, feet, toes. Your whole body is showered in the golden light of the higher power, who is giving us the access to absorb all his energy, and each cell in our body is dancing in the divinity, drenching in the divine power. Each cell is exhilarated and joyful and receiving the love of God. And we request the power, higher power, now to protect us, protect our energy, and imagine a circle of protection around you and around your loved ones. Everybody is protected for next 24 hours.
This one's going to Thailand.
And that, wait, did we just hit 1 million?
And now, let's thank the supreme power, higher power, for giving this body, for giving this breath. We are alive, and for giving us food, clothing, shelter, friends, family, everything from so many lifetimes, all times and all directions. Immensely grateful to the supreme power, immensely grateful. And now, to conclude the session, keeping your eyes closed, bring your palms together and rub them until they are warm enough. And just place your palms. If you have glasses, you can remove your glasses and place your palms over your eyes. And tell your eyes that they are in perfect condition. And very gently, whenever you're ready, you can open your eyes. That's all. It's very simple. You can do it anytime. And you can just be away from your thoughts and have that little break. Thank you so much. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Geeta. We asked her to go a little long because our lunch was a bit late, but it's here, it's waiting for you. And we thank Reza Grill for having our food selections here. We have vegetarian and non-vegetarian. It is halal. And if we have any Jain friends in the audience, there are selections that do not have garlic or onions in them as well. So make sure that you visit the booths out there. Feel free to bring your lunch back in here. And we will reconvene at 12:55. So thank you, everyone. And then just lastly, we've had some more dignitaries who have joined us. So we just want to thank Judge Julie Matthews and Brittany Morris for coming and joining us today. Everybody enjoy your lunch.
The temple is not a physical place.
It is really important that people understand that mental health is not a singular issue that affects a singular segment of society or a singular community. It affects us as the humankind as a whole.
There's a prayer room in room C108. Room C as in cat, 108 is your prayer room for those of you who need to pray.
Thank you to Ibn Sina that have created this opportunity and forum for everyone to come out and speak and be a part of and be heard. Mental health is important, and I'm really, really glad that I get a chance to be a part of it.
Good morning. My name is Nasser Malik. I'm with the Ahmadiyya Muslim community. I got to know about Ibn Sina a couple of years ago through a friend of mine, and I cannot tell you how wonderful it is to see all these people here. The work Ibn Sina is doing is marvelous. You know, it's bringing different communities together, helping those who need help, which is absolutely what we need in these days. With their help, we are going to make this event successful, and we are going to make sure that everyone in the community knows that the issues that they are afraid of, we can help them fix those issues. We can help them cure those issues. This mental health, people are afraid to talk, but we are here to help you. If you hear this message, please come and see us. Any one of our team with Ibn Sina will love to come and help you with any problem you have. We are here for you. Ibn Sina is here for you. And we are very happy to be here today with this great event Ibn Sina is holding today here at the Lone Star College University. Thank you so much.
My name is Ella Emelino Wimana. I am from Burundi. So from what I have lived from my country, coming to USA and meet this greater opportunity to be a part of Ibn Sina Foundation, where they care for people who have mental health, it has been a great opportunity for me and for you. What excited me is how they were able to put together all the leaders, because we found out from the previous world leaders or even community leaders, we do not know what is a mental issue. We have been working with mental issue everywhere, the way we behave, the way we act with each other, but we never know that there is a remedy and there is like a therapy. So, ladies and gentlemen, leaders in Houston and all over the world, Ibn Sina Foundation, it's a great company, it's a great community organization that is caring to all of us, because we need to break the stigma of mental health. A lot of people, we are not taking it as seriously, a serious matter, but trust me, I have found out I was not.
I'm very delighted to be here today with all of my good friends and community leaders here in Houston at the I'm very delighted to be here today with all of my good friends and community leaders here in Houston at the Ibn Sina Mental Health Conference. My name is Marty McVeigh. I'm the consul for Bangladesh, and this is the second year that I'm attending this. And based on my previous many years of relationship with Ibn Sina, I know the good work that they do here in Houston and in Southeast Texas. And something that is lacking here in Harris County in Southeast Texas is access to good mental health care. Ibn Sina is working with other interfaith ministries to bridge a gap that is a needed part of our community. So I'm very delighted to be here and participate with the other members of the community. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. I'm Tanaz Chowdhury. I'm the President and CEO at Tanchas Global Management, Inc., a technology company. Mental health is an issue that affects our society today in every form, at every level. It is really important that people understand that mental health is not a singular issue that affects a singular segment of society or a singular community. It affects us as the humankind as a whole. It's wonderful to be here this morning to see the entire interfaith ministries and community come together to talk about something that affects each and every one of us on a human level. Thank you to Ibn Sina that have created this opportunity and forum for everyone to come out and speak and be a part of and be heard. Mental health is important, and I'm really, really glad that I get a chance to be a part of it.
Good morning. My name is Nasser Malik. I'm with the Ahmadiyya Muslim community. I got to know about Ibn Sina a couple of years ago through a friend of mine, and I cannot tell you how wonderful it is to see all these people here. The work Ibn Sina is doing is marvelous. You know, it's bringing different communities together, helping those who need help, which is absolutely what we need in these days. With their help, we are going to make this event successful, and we are going to make sure that everyone in the community knows that the issues that they are afraid of, we can help them fix those issues. We can help them cure those issues. This mental health, people are afraid to talk, but we are here to help you. If you hear this message, please come and see us. Any one of our team with Ibn Sina will love to come and help you with any problem you have. We are here for you. Ibn Sina is here for you. And we are very happy to be here today with this great event Ibn Sina is holding today here at the Lone Star College University. Thank you so much.
My name is Ella Emelino Wimana. I am from Burundi. So from what I have lived from my country, coming to USA and meet this greater opportunity to be a part of Ibn Sina Foundation, where they care for people who have mental health, it has been a great opportunity for me and for you. What excited me is how they were able to put together all the leaders, because we found out from the previous world leaders or even community leaders, we do not know what is a mental issue. We have been working with mental issue everywhere, the way we behave, the way we act with each other, but we never know that there is a remedy and there is like a therapy. So, ladies and gentlemen, leaders in Houston and all over the world, Ibn Sina Foundation, it's a great company, it's a great community organization that is caring to all of us, because we need to break the stigma of mental health. A lot of people, we are not taking it as seriously, a serious matter, but trust me, I have found out I was not feeling well until they told me every single symptom, how I behave, how I walk, what I say. It can affect and show that I am not mentally healthy. So each one of us, we have a degree of mental situation that we may not be aware of. But by being ready and coming together today is a good opportunity to learn how can we care to those we lead, to those we are around us, because we need a better world with good health and with good relationship. And that will not happen until we break the stigma of mental health issues. It was a great opportunity to be with this organization, to be a core committee, and what we did is wonderful. We hope everybody's going to to take something home. If you have anything you need to come join Ibn Sina Foundation, and with all these organizations you see behind me who are supported, who come together to break this mental issue that is really hurting the whole world. Thank you so much. It is always a pleasure to be with you and to share what we have within, inside and out, and be who we want to be, and build the world. Everybody wants to be healthy and prosperous. We thank you.
Thank you. Interfaith Ministries for Greater Houston is honored to be a partner with Ibn Sina Foundation in providing this wonderful conference to our community. In today's world, in today's divided world, mental health issues are so vital to address, and having Ibn Sina Foundation and all of its partners join together in dealing with this issue and in providing resources to the community is a wonderful collaboration. And it's important that we all talk about this, address it, deal with it, and not only that, give back resources to respond to it. So thank you to Ibn Sina Foundation for organizing today. We're honored to be a part of it.
I'm very delighted to be here today with all of my good friends and community leaders here in Houston at the Ibn Sina Mental Health Conference. My name is Marty McVeigh. I'm the consul for Bangladesh, and this is the second year that I'm attending this. And based on my previous many years of relationship with Ibn Sina, I know the good work that they do here in Houston and in Southeast Texas. And something that is lacking here in Harris County in Southeast Texas is access to good mental health care. Ibn Sina is working with other interfaith ministries to bridge a gap that is a needed part of our community. So I'm very delighted to be here and participate with other members of the community. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. I'm Tanaz Chowdhury. I'm the President and CEO at Sanchez Global Management, Inc., a technology company. Mental health is an issue that affects our society today in every form, at every level. It is really important that people understand that mental health is not a singular issue that affects a singular segment of society or a singular community. It affects us as the humankind as a whole. It's wonderful to be here this morning to see the entire interfaith ministries and community come together to talk about something that affects each and every one of us on a human level. Thank you to Ibn Sina that have created this opportunity and forum for everyone to come out and speak and be a part of and be heard. Mental health is important, and I'm really, really glad that I get a chance to be a part of it.
Good morning. My name is Nasser Malik. I'm with the Ahmadiyya Muslim community. I got to know about Ibn Sina a couple of years ago through a friend of mine, and I cannot tell you how wonderful it is to see all these people here. The work Ibn Sina is doing is marvelous. You know, it's bringing different communities together, helping those who need help, which is absolutely what we need in these days. With their help, we are going to make this event successful, and we are going to make sure that everyone in the community knows that the issues that they are afraid of, we can help them fix those issues. We can help them cure those issues. This mental health, people are afraid to talk, but we are here to help you. If you hear this message, please come and see us. Any one of our team with Ibn Sina will love to come and help you with any problem you have. We are here for you. Ibn Sina is here for you. And we are very happy to be here today with this great event Ibn Sina is holding today here at the Lone Star College University. Thank you so much.
My name is Ella Emelino Wimana. I am from Burundi. So from what I have lived from my country, coming to USA and meet this greater opportunity to be a part of Ibn Sina Foundation, where they care for people who have mental health, it has been a great opportunity for me and for you. what excited me is how they were able to put it together, all the leaders, because we found out from the previous world leaders or even community leaders, we do not know what is a mental issue. We have been working with mental issue everywhere, the way we behave, the way we act with each other, but we never know that there is a remedy and there is like a therapy. So, ladies and gentlemen, leaders in Houston and all over the world, Ibn Sina Foundation, it's a great company, it's a great community organization that is caring to all of us because we need to break the stigma of mental health. A lot of people, we are not taking it as seriously, a serious matter, but trust me, I have found out I was not feeling well until they told me every single symptom, how I behave, how I walk, what I say. It can affect and show that I am not mentally healthy. So each one of us, we have a degree of mental situation that we may not be aware of. But by being ready and coming together today is a good opportunity to learn how can we care to those we lead, to those we are around us, because we need a better world with good health and with good relationship. And that will not happen until we break the stigma of mental health issues. It was a great opportunity to be with this organization, to be a core committee, and what we did is wonderful. We hope everybody's going to take something home. If you have anything you need to come join Ibn Sina Foundation, and with all these organizations you see behind me who are supported, who come together to break this mental issue that is really hurting the whole world. Thank you so much. It is always a pleasure to be with you and to share what we have within, inside and out, and be who we want to be, and build the world. Everybody wants to be healthy and prosperous. We thank you.
Thank you. Interfaith Ministries for Greater Houston is honored to be a partner with Ibn Sina Foundation in providing this wonderful conference to our community. In today's world, in today's divided world, mental health issues are so vital to address, and having Ibn Sina Foundation and all of its partners join together in dealing with this issue and in providing resources to the community is a wonderful collaboration. And it's important that we all talk about this, address it, deal with it, and not only that, give back resources to respond to it. So thank you to Ibn Sina Foundation for organizing today. We're honored to be a part of it.
I'm very delighted to be here today with all of my good friends and community leaders here in Houston at the Ibn Sina Mental Health Conference. My name is Marty McVeigh. I'm the consul for Bangladesh, and this is the second year that I'm attending this. And based on my previous many years of relationship with Ibn Sina, I know the good work that they do here in Houston and in Southeast Texas. And something that is lacking here in Harris County in Southeast Texas is access to good mental health care. Ibn Sina is working with other interfaith ministries to bridge a gap that is a needed part of our community. So I'm very delighted to be here and participate with other members of the community. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. I'm Janaz Chowdhury. I'm the President and CEO at Sanchez Global Management, Inc., a technology company. Mental health is an issue that affects us.
Good morning and welcome. Thank you all for being here today. This is a very important occasion for the Rupani family, the Rupani Foundation, and Ibn Sina. A lot of work has been done for today, for years to get to this point. We're going to be having Congressman Al Green join us. He's running a little bit behind, but he's bringing a very big check. So he gets to be late when he wants to. We have gotten a very nice chair for him because he has delivered for his constituents and delivered for healthcare in our region. So when he comes in, if I can ask you to join us in applause when he walks in, it would mean a lot to us because we really want to thank him for his leadership and his hard work in the United States Congress to help the constituents of the 9th Congressional District, but more overall, all of Houston and all of Harris County. So when he comes in, I'm going to ask you to join me in applause. With that, I'd like to introduce Chairman Rupani, who doesn't need an introduction, but let me just say this. He is dogged, he is relentless, he's aggressive, he's gentle, he's kind, to make sure that the future of all our children are great and that all of our community are served. He works harder than anybody else.
Shovel! One more, guys. We're gonna count it down. Ready? Shovel! One more, guys. We're gonna count it down. Ready?
Groundbreaking ceremony of Ibn Sina Mental Wellness Center by Governor of Texas Greg Abbott, Mayor of Houston, members of U.S. Congress and several other dignitaries, brings another historic day for the Ibn Sina Foundation's achievements in Houston's healthcare system.
This recognizes the Ibn Sina Foundation on this groundbreaking ceremonial day for what they are doing for the great state of Texas.
At the occasion, the chairman of the Ibn Sina Foundation, Nasruddin Rupani, thanked the Honorable Governor and other elected officials for the recognition and vowed to continue his mission of human services with further zeal.
Ibn Sina has saved over $600 million of tax dollars. I'm thankful to Governor Greg Abbott for his time and presence here today and his dedication towards mental health services in the state of Texas.
Chairman Rupani and advisory board members of Ibn Sina Foundation explained that after COVID-19 pandemic, mental health issues are on rise and a dedicated mental health wellness center in Houston is much needed to help cater the mental health needs of the low-income population.
Presence of Governor, it tells you that he cares and he does care about mental health. And mental health, it is a top priority of Governor Abbott in this state. And we are proud to support him and we have full support for the governor. Governor has committed that he will support this building and beyond. So we know that we have a lot of work cut out for us and inshallah we are ready for it. So Governor, thank you very much for your support and being here.
Rupani Foundation, Nasrur Bhai has done a great job serving the community. Their Ibn Sina has been here for a number of years and they continue to serve the community at large. And we're so proud. We're so proud of what Ibn Sina, the clinic has done for the community, surrounding community. And I'm hoping, inshallah, that the expansion will continue to serve the community at large.
We heard from the governor, we heard from our mayor Turner as well, but what Ibn Sina is doing is truly monumental. So many people, 20% of the people suffer from mental illness, and a lot of times it's unnoticed, and so they need a place to go to.
If you're not confident in giving you 100%, then you're not producing when you're working. And that affects the economy, and everything is intermingled. So I think this is very much needed. I'm very happy, and I'm very proud that it's happening through the Ibn Sina.
Ibn Sina has been serving the larger community for decades now, and we're glad to see mental health being center in these efforts. So thank you, Ibn Sina, thank you, Nasruddin Rupani, and the foundation and the board members as well.
A promising presentation was held by the Ibn Sina Foundation management to honor the guests. The prominent speakers were chairperson of the Ibn Sina Foundation, Mr. Nasruddin Rapani, Governor of Texas, Mr. Greg Abbott, Mayor of Houston, Mr. Sylvester Turner, and Honorable Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee. Pledges were made and proclamations were exchanged. The esteemed guests praised the efforts and achievements of Ibn Sina Foundation.
This is exactly what we need to see taking place in the state of Texas. And the leadership that you're providing and the services that you're providing are so very much needed. But it's more than just being needed. We need qualified providers providing those services. That's exactly what you do. You're keenly focused on and laser focused on achieving exactly what we've been seeking to achieve in Austin on several areas.
You have been transformational when you're the second leading healthcare provider in this area. That in and of itself deserves a great deal of recognition and our presence here today.
But the real work is with the people, and it is really a place for people to come. And whenever I can come and acknowledge real work that will touch the lives of people who are not seen as having a broken bone, but they have a broken mind.
Mental wellness is extremely important for the community. If you think about it, 50 million people in the country suffer from mental illness, depression and anxiety being the most common. And we don't have a lot of places where people can go who don't have insurance, who are underserved, uninsured. That is the reason this place is very important, because this place, Ibn Sina, will serve people who don't have insurance, who are uninsured, underinsured.
The Ibn Sina Foundation operates 6 state-of-the-art community clinics throughout Greater Houston and Port Arthur areas, focused on providing low-cost preventive and primary medical, dental, diagnostic, specialty and children's health service to the hard-pressed segment of Greater Houston's population. Clinics are open from Monday to Saturday, 6 days a week, between 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. for walk-in patients and for appointments. All major medical insurances, Medicaid and CHIP, are accepted at Ibn Sina. Uninsured and underinsured patients are also welcomed at Ibn Sina.
Minimum charge is $49, but if you can't afford, we still see you free. We do accept Medicare, Medicaid, and commercial insurance. But if you don't have anything, we will see you no matter what. So please come in, and we are here for you.
The Ibn Sina Foundation, a non-profit community organization, was established in 2001 by a group of local physicians, business, and healthcare professionals. The vision was to bridge the growing gap between the healthcare needs of a rapidly expanding population of underserved families and the ability of existing public institutions to meet their needs. The Ibn Sina Foundation strives hard to provide comprehensive clinical services without discrimination and treat all with respect and dignity by providing one-stop medical center for all the medical, dental, mental health, diagnostic, and specialty care through its affordable community clinics.
We are proud of Mr. Nasruddin Rapani and what he has done for the last 21 years. And I'm witness that we were here once this COVID had happened. Not just we had the testing drives, we have vaccination drives, we had food drives from this facility. This is really heart of the community.
Ibn Sina Foundation has completed many projects and programs successfully with public and private partnership. These programs are sustainable and are affordable. The friendly staff and the team of specialists at Ibn Sina can speak multiple languages and is very efficient in addressing the health care needs of the patients who visit Ibn Sina clinics. Ibn Sina clinical facilities include a specialized dental clinic with free dental exam x-ray, deep cleaning of teeth, filling, extractions, root canal, crowns, bridges, implant, dentures, and 3D scan services.
And we have already seen almost 1.5 million patients in last 20 years. And now on, we'll be seeing 100,000 patients per year in this community. We're going to provide them every care from, I would say, medical, dental, children, mental health, behavioral health, surgery, anything that you feel. This is going to be one-stop, I would say, complex, a medical complex. They'll provide you services.
A beautiful and child-friendly children clinic is also operated by Ibn Sina, where medical consultations, immunizations, school physicals and blood tests are offered at a very affordable price to children of all ages. The regular medical services at Ibn Sina include regular health check and sick visits, wellness exams, school physical examination, hearing screening, vision screening, immigration physical, minor procedures, health education, and immunization. The mental wellness services include screening, counseling, psychiatric consultation, stress management, and hypnotherapy. Ibn Sina clinics provide several specialty clinic services including cardiology, dermatology, endocrinology, gynecology, nephrology, optometry, orthopedic, pediatric cardiology, podiatry, rheumatology and urology. In diagnostic services, blood tests, X-ray, ultrasound, EKG, and echocardiogram facilities are available. An important facility provided by Ibn Sina is its telehealth consultation service, so that patients can benefit from medical providers from the safety and comfort of their home.
Our clinic has been providing services 7 a.m. in the morning and 6 days a week. We are here for the community and we need community support. So we can't be without the community support. So thank you, community, for all your support. Ibn Sina is really proud of the services of the community. We are proud of our management. Management has done a wonderful job, and we appreciate everyone's commitment.
By having the governor here today is very monumental as well, because he understands, he knows, and he said they did 8 million, and then 8 million more, and then 25 million. So the money is there, and so inshallah the goal is to get some for the Ibn Sina Foundation to help the mental illness as well.
With clinic locations at Wilcrest Drive, Houston, Post Oak Road, Houston, North Shepherd Drive, Houston, Clear Lake, and Port Arthur, Texas. Ibn Sina Foundation's clinics offer low-cost annual membership programs, healthcare discount programs, dental discount programs, and mental wellness programs. Ibn Sina is the second largest healthcare provider of its kind in Houston that serves several thousand patients every year and has catered the needs of millions since its inception. With the pledges of financial grants and with the start of Mental Wellness Center, the ability of Ibn Sina Foundation's healthcare services will increase further.
Ibn Sina! Shovel! One more, guys. We're gonna count it down. Ready?
Groundbreaking ceremony of Ibn Sina Mental Wellness Center by Governor of Texas Greg Abbott, Mayor of Houston, members of U.S. Congress and several other dignitaries, brings another historic day for the Ibn Sina Foundation's achievements in Houston's healthcare system.
This recognizes the Ibn Sina Foundation on this groundbreaking ceremonial day for what they are doing for the great state of Texas.
At the occasion, the chairman of the Ibn Sina Foundation, Nasruddin Rapani, thanked the Honorable Governor and other elected officials for the recognition and vowed to continue his mission of human services with further zeal.
Ibn Sina has saved over $600 million of tax dollars. I'm thankful to Governor Greg Abbott for his time and presence here today and his dedication towards mental health services in the state of Texas.
Chairman Rapani and advisory board members of Ibn Sina Foundation explained that after COVID-19 pandemic, mental health issues are on rise, and a dedicated mental health wellness center in Houston is much needed to help cater the mental health needs of the low-income population.
Presence of Governor, it tells you that he cares, and he does care about mental health. And mental health, it is a top priority of Governor Abbott in this state, and we are proud to support him, and we have full support for the governor. Governor has committed that he will support this building and beyond. So we know that we have a lot of work cut out for us, and inshallah we are ready for it. So Governor, thank you very much for your support and being here.
Rupani Foundation, Nasrubhai has done a great job serving the community. Ibn Sina has been here for a number of years, and they continue to serve the community at large. And we're so proud. We're so proud of what Ibn Sina, the clinic has done for the community, surrounding community. And I'm hoping, inshallah, that the expansion will continue to serve the community at large.
We heard from the governor, we heard from our mayor Turner as well, but what Ibn Sina is doing is truly monumental. So many people, 20% of the people suffer from mental illness, and a lot of times it's unnoticed, and so they need a place to go to.
If you're not competent in giving you 100%, then you're not producing when you're working. And that affects the economy, and everything is intermingled. So I think this is very much needed. I'm very happy, and I'm very proud that it's happening through the Ibn Sina.
Ibn Sina has been serving the larger community for decades now, and we're glad to see mental health being center in these efforts. So thank you, Ibn Sina, thank you, Nasruddin Rupani, and the foundation and the board members as well.
A promising presentation was held by the Ibn Sina Foundation management to honor the guests. The prominent speakers were Chairperson of the Ibn Sina Foundation, Mr. Nasruddin Rupani, Governor of Texas, Mr. Greg Abbott, Mayor of Houston, Mr. Sylvester Turner, and Honorable Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee. Pledges were made and proclamations were exchanged. The esteemed guests praised the efforts and achievements of Ibn Sina Foundation.
This is exactly what we need to see taking place in the state of Texas. And the leadership that you're providing and the services that you're providing are so very much needed. But it's more than just being needed. We need qualified providers providing those services. That's exactly what you do. You're keenly focused on and laser focused on achieving exactly what we've been seeking to achieve in Austin on several areas.
You have been transformational when you're the second leading healthcare provider in this area. That in and of itself deserves a great deal of recognition and our presence here today.
But the real work is with the people, and it is really a place for people to come. And whenever I can come and acknowledge real work that will touch the lives of people who are not seen as having a broken bone, but they have a broken mind.
Mental wellness is extremely important for the community. If you think about it, 50 million people in the country suffer from mental illness, depression and anxiety being the most common. And we don't have a lot of places where people can go who don't have insurance, who are underserved, uninsured. That is the reason this place is very important, because this place, Ibn Sina, will serve people who don't have insurance, who are uninsured, underinsured.
The Ibn Sina Foundation operates 6 state-of-the-art community clinics throughout Greater Houston and Port Arthur areas, focused on providing low-cost preventive and primary medical, dental, diagnostic, specialty and children's health service to the hard-pressed segment of Greater Houston's population. Clinics are open from Monday to Saturday, 6 days a week, between 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. for walk-in patients and for appointments. All major medical insurances, Medicaid and CHIP, are accepted at Ibn Sina. Uninsured and underinsured patients are also welcomed at Ibn Sina.
Minimum charge is $49, but if you can't afford, we still see you free. We do accept Medicaid and commercial insurance, but if you don't have anything, we will see you no matter what. So please come in, and we are here for you.
The Ibn Sina Foundation, a non-profit community organization, was established in 2001 by a group of local physicians, business, and healthcare professionals. The vision was to bridge the growing gap between the healthcare needs of a rapidly expanding population of underserved families and the ability of existing public institutions to meet their needs. The Ibn Sina Foundation strives hard to provide comprehensive clinical services without discrimination and treat all with respect and dignity by providing one-stop medical center for all the medical, dental, mental health, diagnostic, and specialty care through its affordable community clinics.
We are proud of Mr. Nasrul Rupani and what he has done for last 21 years. And I'm witness that we were here once this COVID had happened. Not just we had the testing drives, we have vaccination drives, we had food drives from this facility. This is really heart of the community.
Ibn Sina Foundation has completed many projects and programs successfully with public and private partnership. These programs are sustainable and are affordable. The friendly staff and the team of specialists at Ibn Sina can speak multiple languages and is very efficient in addressing the healthcare needs of the patients who visit Ibn Sina clinics. Ibn Sina clinical facilities include a specialized dental clinic with free dental exam X-ray, deep cleaning of teeth, filling, extractions, root canal, crowns, bridges, implant, dentures, and 3D scan services.
And we have already seen almost 1.5 million patients in last 20 years. And now on, we'll be seeing 100,000 patients per year in this community. We're going to provide them every care from, I would say, medical, dental, children, mental health, behavioral health, surgery, anything that you feel. This is going to be one-stop, I would say, complex, a medical complex. They'll provide you services.
A beautiful and child-friendly children clinic is also operated by Ibn Sina, where medical consultations, immunizations, school physicals, and blood tests are offered at a very affordable price to children of all ages. The regular medical services at Ibn Sina include regular health check and sick visits, wellness exams, school physical examination, hearing screening, vision screening, immigration physical, minor procedures, health education, and immunization. The mental wellness services include screening, counseling, psychiatric consultation, stress management, and hypnotherapy. Ibn Sina clinics provide several specialty clinic services including cardiology, dermatology, endocrinology, gynecology, nephrology, optometry, orthopedic, pediatric cardiology, podiatry, rheumatology, and urology. In diagnostic services, blood tests, X-ray, ultrasound, EKG, and echocardiogram facilities are available. An important facility provided by Ibn Sina is its telehealth consultation service, so that patients can benefit from medical providers from the safety and comfort of their home.
Our clinic has been providing services 7 a.m. in the morning and 6 days a week. We are here for the community and we need community support. So we can't be without the community support. So thank you, community, for all your support. Ibn Sina is really proud of the services of the community. We are proud of our management. Management has done a wonderful job, and we appreciate everyone's commitment.
By having the governor here today is very monumental as well, because he understands, he knows, and he said they did 8 million, and then 8 million more, and then 25 million. So the money is there. And so, inshallah, the goal is to get some for the Ibn Sina Foundation to help the mental illness as well.
With clinic locations at Wilcrest Drive, Houston, Post Oak Road, Houston, North Shepherd Drive, Houston, Clear Lake, and Port Arthur, Texas. Ibn Sina Foundation's clinics offer low-cost annual membership programs, healthcare discount programs, dental discount programs, and mental wellness programs. Ibn Sina is the second largest healthcare provider of its kind in Houston that serves several thousand patients every year and has catered the needs of millions since its inception. With the pledges of financial grants and with the start of Mental Wellness Center, the ability of Ibn Sina Foundation's healthcare services will increase further.
Ibn Sina! Shovel! One more, guys. We're gonna count it down. Ready?
Groundbreaking ceremony of Ibn Sina Mental Wellness Center by Governor of Texas Greg Abbott, Mayor of Houston, members of U.S. Congress, and several other dignitaries brings another historic day for the Ibn Sina Foundation's achievements in Houston's healthcare system.
This recognizes the Ibn Sina Foundation on this groundbreaking ceremonial day for what they are doing for the great state of Texas.
At the occasion, the chairman of the Ibn Sina Foundation, Nasruddin Rapani, thanked the Honorable Governor and other elected officials for the recognition and vowed to continue his mission of human services with further zeal.
Ibn Sina has saved over $600 million of tax dollars. I'm thankful to Governor Greg Abbott for his time and presence here today and his dedication towards mental health services in the state of Texas.
Chairman Rapani and advisory board members of Ibn Sina Foundation explained that after COVID-19 pandemic, mental health issues are on rise, and a dedicated mental health wellness center in Houston is much needed to help cater the mental health needs of the low-income population.
Presence of Governor, it tells you that he cares, and he does care about mental health. And mental health, it is a top priority of Governor Abbott in this state, and we are proud to support him, and we have full support for the governor. Governor has committed that he will support this building and beyond. So we know that we have a lot of work cut out for us, and inshallah we are ready for it. So Governor, thank you very much for your support and being here.
Rapani Foundation, Nasrubhai has done a great job serving the community. Their Ibn Sina has been here for a number of years, and they continue to serve the community at large. And we're so proud. We're so proud of what Ibn Sina, the clinic has done for the community, surrounding community, and I'm hoping, inshallah, that the expansion will continue to serve the community at large.
We heard from the governor, we heard from our mayor Turner as well, but what Ibn Sina is doing is truly monumental. So many people, 20% of the people suffer from mental illness, and a lot of times it's unnoticed, and so they need a place to go to.
If you're not competent in giving you 100%, then you're not producing when you're working. And that affects the economy, and everything is intermingled. So I think this is very much needed. I'm very happy, and I'm very proud that it's happening through the Ibn Sina.
Ibn Sina has been serving the larger community for decades now, and we're glad to see mental health being center in these efforts. So thank you, Ibn Sina, thank you, Nasruddin Rapani, and the foundation and the board members as well.
A promising presentation was held by the Ibn Sina Foundation management to honor the guests. The prominent speakers were Chairperson of the Ibn Sina Foundation, Mr. Nasruddin Rapani, Governor of Texas, Mr. Greg Abbott, Mayor of Houston, Mr. Sylvester Turner, and Honorable Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee. Pledges were made and proclamations were exchanged. The esteemed guests praised the efforts and achievements of Ibn Sina Foundation.
This is exactly what we need to see taking place in the state of Texas. And the leadership that you're providing and the services that you're providing are so very much needed. But it's more than just being needed. We need qualified providers providing those services. That's exactly what you do. You're keenly focused on and laser focused on achieving exactly what we've been seeking to achieve in Austin on several areas.
You have been transformational when you're the second leading healthcare provider in this area. That in and of itself deserves a great deal of recognition and our presence here today.
But the real work is with the people. And it is really
I'm very delighted to be here today with all of my good friends and community leaders here in Houston at the Ibn Sina Mental Health Conference. My name is Marty McVeigh. I'm the consul for Bangladesh, and this is the second year that I'm attending this. And based on my previous many years of relationship with Ibn Sina, I know the good work that they do here in Houston and in Southeast Texas. And something that is lacking here in Harris County in Southeast Texas is access to good mental health care. Ibn Sina is working with other interfaith ministries to bridge a gap that is a needed part of our community. So I'm very delighted to be here and participate with the other members of the community. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. I'm Janaz Chowdhury. I'm the President and CEO at Sanchez Global Management, Inc., a technology company. Mental health is an issue that affects our society today in every form, at every level. It is really important that people understand that mental health is not a singular issue that affects a singular segment of society or a singular community. It affects us as the humankind as a whole. It's wonderful to be here this morning to see the entire Interfaith ministries and community come together to talk about something that affects each and every one of us on a human level. Thank you to Ibn Sina that have created this opportunity and forum for everyone to come out and speak and be a part of and be heard. Mental health is important, and I'm really, really glad that I get a chance to be a part of it.
Good morning. My name is Nasser Malik. I'm with the Ahmadiyya Muslim community. I got to know about Ibn Sina a couple of years ago through a friend of mine, and I cannot tell you how wonderful it is to see all these people here. The work Ibn Sina is doing is marvelous. You know, it's bringing different communities together, helping those who needs help, which is absolutely what we need in these days. With their help, we are going to make this event successful, and we are going to make sure that everyone in the community knows that the issues that they are afraid of, we can help them fix those issues. We can help them cure those issues. This mental health, people are afraid to talk, but we are here to help you. If you hear this message, please come and see us. Any one of our team with Ibn Sina will love to come and help you with any problem you have. We are here for you. Ibn Sina is here for you. And we are very happy to be here today with this great event Ibn Sina is holding today here.
Our next speaker is Dr. Robin E. Gehring. And Dr. Gehring is a professor of social work and the director of the Center for Mental Health Research and Innovation in Treatment, Engagement, and Services at the University of Houston. Friends, can I have your attention? Thank you. All right. Thank you, whoever started that applause. Yes, please take your seat. We're about to hear from our next speaker, Dr. Robin Gehring. In addition to his being a professor of social work and director of the Center for Mental Health Research and Innovation, he holds a clinical faculty appointment at the University of Texas Health McGovern Medical School Department of Psychiatry and Behavioral Sciences, and serves as a board member and board trustee for the Harris Center for Mental Health. We welcome you here, Dr. Gehring, and the subject matter that he's about to speak on is a session on where hope takes root, spirituality and mental health, working together to address mental health and suicide. And thank you.
Okay. Can everyone hear me? Okay. I think they put me after lunch because you'll be sleepy, which you should be because I'm about to offend so many of you. So let's start with that uncomfortable procedure. And I really enjoyed all of the speakers today. They had such wisdom and thoughtfulness to share. We're on to a different part of the day. Here's a question. You're going to do math today. Right? If I'm going to irritate you, let's start with a math question. So I want you to do this question in your head. If a baseball bat and a baseball together cost $1.10, and the bat costs $1 more than the ball, how much does the baseball bat cost? I'll read it to you one more time. If a baseball bat and a baseball together cost $1.10, and the bat costs $1 more than the ball, how much does the baseball cost? And the answer? 5 cents. Everybody got that, correct? Of course. And if you're wondering, am I being judgy? Yes. No. The bat is $1.05. The ball is 5 cents. The difference inherently is $1. The most common answer, though, when they do this at Harvard, MIT, and Columbia, is that the baseball bat costs $1 because our mind makes 3 decisions a second. In fact, our minds are brilliant. We are constantly making decisions, and 99.9999999% of all of our decisions are correct. We are that smart and that brilliant. Do you feel it? The problem is, a lot of our decisions are done by cognitive schemas. We make decisions based on experience and what we know, and mostly that works. But sometimes our thinking might not. And today I want to challenge sometimes the way you think about things, including suicide. So I want to talk a little bit about suicide. It's been around since humans have walked. Our earliest known recording of a suicide note is over 5,000 years old. It's in every religious text. And as philosophers have talked about it since we've put pen to papyrus or carved in stone. It is a human condition, not a rare one. In the US, they did this really thoughtful study from the CDC, studied over a 15-year period ending in 2016, and concluded that suicide rates have skyrocketed. We went from bad to much worse. And in fact, there was an increase of 30% in more than 50 states, 50% of the states, in every age group. So what has happened since 2016? Well, things got worse. We generally look at conditions per 100,000. So we'll say here 13 per 100,000 means there's 13 incidents or events per 100,000. And we do this in science and medicine so we can compare communities, large, small, different groupings, whether it's cancer, car accidents, or in this case, suicide. And we rate it per 100,000. In 2016, we were at just under 13.42. We have gone up until there was a little decline in 2019 and 2020. And we were thinking, oh, this is interesting. Don't. That was a blip. We have some ideas of why that might be. It decided to stop working. Kind sirs. I knew I was going to offend people, but I expected a bit more time to get to that point. There we go. Ha. That's where we are today with our provisional numbers, 14.2. If you want to know, we're higher than the average across countries. There are some countries higher than us, but our trajectory has looked like this over the last 23 years. It is getting much, much, much worse. And since 2022, there was a 10% increase in the last 2 years and a 5% increase since our last height. Things aren't getting better. Things are getting worse. So, if you didn't know what to do, or you were never a firefighter, and I am not, and someone said, you come across a building with a lot of smoke in it, what do? There's lots of ways to go about this. But one of the natural ways you could think about it, well, let's get rid of the smoke. Logical, it makes sense. So we'll bring in massive fans and blow on this house. Because we can blow the smoke away, right? But I'm not sure it's going to do the house much good. This has been a bit of our approach to suicide. And I'm getting concerned with where we're at. 54% of Americans have been affected by suicide. Most of us who do research in science would say that number seems a little low even to us. If I said, close your eyes and put your hand up if you know someone in your worlds who have suicided, not many of you would not put your hands up. That is just the truth. Here are the suicide deaths between 2021 and 2022 in the US. We're now at 50,000 just about. That's a small city we're taking off the country every day, every year. It keeps rising. If we look at, well, where does it rise? It rises across all age groups. It has seen this little decrease amongst young people, but young people don't really suicide that much. They get a lot of attention, and rightly so, because the concern and jump in suicide rates are so high in the beginning. But where suicide occurs is most of our ages. We're the ones at highest risk, adults. And it keeps rising. Every 22 seconds, someone in the United States attempts suicide. Every 10.9 minutes, someone succeeds in that effort. This despite we're better at what we do in mental health. I've been in the field of mental health, both as a clinician and now as a scientist who develops interventions and programs. We have way better recognition and treatment of things like depression and other diagnostic areas. We have safer, more effective psychosocial evidence-based interventions. We have safer, more effective medications. We have general improvement in access to mental health services. And we knew this in 2005 when the suicide rate was only 11 per 100,000 in the US. The problem is we're focusing on important areas, but we might be missing some of the picture. So if you see here this wonderful scenery, I like nature, I like lakes and trees, and I like to see this couple looking out thinking how wonderful the world is, but nothing's as it appears. Can everyone see the large baby in the picture? There's the head, the eyes, the nose, the mouth. Here are the hands, the legs, the feet, and the back. We're missing a lot of the obvious because we focus on what we can see or what's acceptable for us to see. If we looked at suicide for young people, and I spend a lot of time on this, so I'm going to talk just as this is an example. I could use any group. The rates, as you see, aren't huge. Well, one suicide is too many. Always will be. But for young people, they're concerning. But it's us adults that really have the numbers. But if you look at just those who attempted suicide, who actually did a physical act and behavior to end their existence or attempt so. In the last year, this study is done through high schools, and we've seen in the last 10 years an increase, 13% of female students in high school. And 7% of male students. So this isn't a rare event. This isn't, I will wonder, there'll be one person in my church, temple, synagogue, mosque, one person in a school. Here we're talking in every 8 people, every 9 people, there's one. But we don't see them. If we took a step back from just the actual completion of the act or dying by suicide to attempting, and then took another step back, who made a plan to suicide? Actively thinking and planning out how to die. These are people in high school. They should be learning math. It's 24%, 1 in 4 girls. And 12% of boys. And it's getting worse. If we took a step back off just planning a suicide, how many just had considered attempting a suicide? We jump up to a 30% and 15%. Well, let's keep stepping back. Those who had persistent feelings of sadness and hopelessness, two of the driving factors for suicide. Almost 60% of girls and 30% of boys. That's the world we're in. This isn't just for adults, just for youth. If you look at where suicide occurs, we adults are at the greatest risk. In this room, how many? It's not one, it's not two. I often talk to clinicians on how they can work in this field. And I have a standing line. How many people have worked with somebody who's suicidal? And I ask them to stand up. And anyone who's sitting down, I ask, have you served more than 10 people? Because you have and didn't know it. So, and I hobble this when I talk to nurses or psychiatrists or social workers or LPHCs. And I have the privilege of working with a lot of religious leaders. Yeah, amongst your congregants, how many? So is suicide a final act? Because that's how we treat it. Let's just focus on those that die. It's kind of like saying, let's focus on domestic violence when someone gets shot and brought into the ER. It's a little late. Doesn't mean we shouldn't do it. We have to. It's required of us. But if we can go back and look at more. But currently, by this focus, what we do is we see one individual isolated in the shadows, alone, and we like, that's not us. That's someone else. That's one person. And I would say if we look at the data, suicide is not really a final act because 85% of people who attempt suicide will die of natural causes. The goal of suicide is not death. It's because they feel trapped and there's no way out. If we think of suicide as a behavior, an action, an attempt, the numbers increase. If we think of as those who are planning, taking into active cognitive steps, ways to mitigate that. If we think of those who just have thoughts of it, but persistent for a long period of time, the numbers increase. If we think of those who have a thought that comes periodically, it's more. If we think about those who have it's a feeling, the underlying depressions, anxieties, hopelessness, traumas that were discussed earlier, the numbers increase. If we start to look at it like a normal human experience that occur in times of crisis and illness and stress, suicide isn't in the shadows. It's at your table. It's everywhere. And if we start to see it that way, we can see people that we never saw before. And if we can see them, we can do something. And so my ask is, how do we start seeing them? Well, there's a lot of reasons we don't. We stigmatize them. We all do. Stigmatized exists in every place, in every faith, in every community, in every country. We're human. And sometimes we're good at looking at others and not our own. And we had heard earlier that about 60% of people with mental health issues don't get treatment. That's true, but it's worse than that. We know about 35% about people who start reaching out for help stop before they get there. We know another 20 to 60%, depending on the medication or the type of treatment, quit too soon before the help is given. So while we're very, very effective at treating those we can, we're missing most. Here's the other thing that kind of surprises me. Research has said 1 in 4 Americans do not have someone they can confide in. They can't talk to a partner, a friend, colleague, a leader at their church. So I will say that religion is fundamentally important to most humans at various levels. I am not a theologian, although I've read many of the documents. I am not a theologian. I read them for the text. This is U.S. weekly attendance and services, whether it's a mosque or a church or a temple. About 30, a little up because COVID knocked it down for a bit. I'm a big fan of religious leaders because I find that most of them are great humans who care, clearly not doing it for the money, and work hard to try to have a better. Who has access to a lot of people? Not me behind in a hospital when I'm trying to treat someone because they're afraid to come to me. They might be afraid to come to you as well. We do know from research that religious commitment isn't a protective factor. It matters. It's important. We know that suicide rates are lower in countries that are more observant of a faith. It does remain a little unclear whether the negative association between religion and suicide or the moral components. So let me break this down a little bit more. What do you see? An apple? Or do you see the boy's face in the bite of the apple? Nothing is ever as it seems, right? How you define your faith is how you define it. A great religious leader once told me, like Plato said, an unexamined life isn't worth having. An unexamined faith isn't worth having. And many people go to the same place and have different side of faiths, but how they view each other sometimes is different. I'm going to briefly go through this. If I offend anyone, my humble apologies. We know that how religions look at suicide is very different. And it's seen in many faiths, there's negatives. We can see this in Christianity, where one shouldn't kill themselves. We can see this in Hinduism. We can see this in the Quran, where it explicitly states it. And we can see this in Judaism. And if that moral negative proclamation against suicide is important, a lot of people I see say, I will not suicide because of my faith. And I think that's great. But the positives get lost. So religious service attendance does not protect against ideation. They've done hundreds of studies. But it does against attempts. So how far back in this behavior can we go? Instead of the completion, let's maybe worry about planning and thinking, because we can get more. And maybe reduce the numbers. Now, 85% of clergy across different faiths have said that they would provide, their role is to provide education around suicide and mental health. A third said they had no ability to do this, they've never been trained. Often, 70% of clergy said if they would ask, they would concerned about their parishioners' mental health, they would ask about suicidal thoughts. Research shows most don't. It's better not to ask. Because if they tell us, they won't. They know not to. 25 to 30% of clergy reported suicide in their congregation last year, with third having no training on it. I would say those numbers are lower than probably what have been. Religion is a great protective factor. It's not only the faith of it, but more importantly, it's things. I'm recognizing word time. People we know who are religious generally are less violent. There's strong sanctions about this, but there's also healthy coping behaviors, attending a service, prayers, rituals, social support, and religious leaders who care, and they really do. And if equipped, might be able to do a lot more than they're able to do. So the relationship between religion does need to be stressed. And we in the mental health field need to partner with religious leaders and talk about faith. Because they become so very, very important to what we do. And if we can talk about it openly, discuss how it's human and normal maybe there's hope that things can be different in the next 10 years or 1 year, or for the people sitting with you today. Too much suicide is kept in the shadows. And the more we discuss it, the more we're open about it, the more it comes out of the shadows into something that's just a human experience we talk about, like any other one. I leave you with hope. Have a good day. Thank you. I'm told that if I have not offended everyone, that I can answer questions if anyone has any questions. Please. Here you go.
My name is Mahmoud Mafani. I'm from Mafani Foundation. My question is, we are talking about mental health and interfaith and religious education. Why we are not talking about the major factor, alcohol, use of unrestricted alcohol and drug? I see every second day in my neighborhood new smoke shop opening. So we are not talking about this, which is seriously affecting the mental health. Use of alcoholism is destroying the country. And as you mentioned, that all the countries religiously following, they have the low rate of suicide. And the countries who have the open use, how can control? Can you show any data how much alcohol is produced, how much use, and how much is affected to the people of our country and the mental health?
Sure.
That's my question.
It's a great question. Substance abuse and misuse are a fundamental problem. But often substances are used to cope. They're often used to manage when they don't have anything left. It's not an effective coping mechanism, nor is cutting behavior an effective, but it does have some benefits. And if somebody has a significant depression or a worsening anxiety and using a substance takes off because they can't go somewhere to talk, there is no one to listen to them. They can't confide in another, or they'll be judged by their communities. And it is a heavy judgment. In many countries, it is still illegal to suicide. It doesn't make the effect on them, but it makes the effect on the families. When I go to countries that have banned alcohol, and I do have research going on in some of these countries, it's still there. The suicide is still there. And so, yes, alcohol is a problem, and it makes it worse. And so do drugs and everything else. But that's like saying we need to deal with the smoke in the burning house. Yes, we do. We absolutely must. But it isn't in itself the only thing. So, is there any other questions or thoughts?
Yeah, I had a question. So I am a queer Black man, and growing up in a Christian household, a lot of what I had to deal with was suppressing what I wanted to do to ascribe to the faith that I was taught. And it wasn't until I got much older that I was able to put the pieces together of what I wanted to believe and why I wanted to believe it. But not being able to identify with myself or pretending to be somebody that I wasn't was a significant component of that. So how do we in religious communities help people be authentic without shaming them for how they feel inside or what they want inside?
Yeah, that's a great question. And if you allowed me to talk for the next 30 hours, I would dent the conversation. First of all, I want to say thank you for saying it. I have read most of the religious texts. I have a strong faith. And in any of those texts does it really say we should hate. Yeah, you can turn on the TV and we're killing a lot of people in this world because of religion. Not because of God or because of faith, but because of an interpretation that has an agenda, I think, maybe possibly beyond the faith. And there is different ways how people view different conditions. And the LGBTQ community has much more significant higher rates of suicide. Oh my gosh, it is scarily high. And we've looked at this. There's no genetic issue there. It's how our loving friends and families treat us. Like statistically, we're more likely to die 5 years earlier if you're left-handed. Do you know that? So any left-handed people here? Sorry about that. To be fair, you're more likely to be a genius, better with languages, and more creative. You're kind of smarter than us right-handed people. See? And that's because the world was designed for right-handedness. It's changing. The numbers are dropping. We as humans have often created a world that treats white versus different than black or brown. And that has to change for everyone. And we've treated the world where whom you love, why does that matter? I'd like to say it shouldn't, but it does. And we do need to give special attention. And it's often easier for us to ignore it and say these things don't exist. There are many religious organizations that embrace everyone. And there are some who fall back on very traditional perspectives who don't. And most religious leaders are kind, caring, compassionate, overworked individuals. And I think that's true. You get the odd one out there who's abusive, and they taint it for the rest of us. And it's unfortunate. And there's a lot more to go behind all of that, but I appreciate your courage for that important question. So thank you.
Question. Thank you for your presentation and your insight. One of the questions I would like to ask, because of the negative connotation that goes along with suicide, are there any information or statistics that points to it actually being ruled as suicide, but the way they are converted to something else other than suicide, they rule the death as something else?
It's hard to give a short answer to this one too. So yes and no. So first of all, in the U.S., we're much better at it. And we were much clearer in the MEs, medical examiners, they'll measure the brakes before the bridge got hit. They'll measure the type of medication used. So we're much more effective in kind of calling it out as a phenomena in the medical world. We're not perfect. But I also know that in many people in the US and in other countries where I go, where there are positions in hospitals in different parts of the world where it's so illegal to suicide, you can bribe the person to call it something different. And they do, because you also, people can't get married 2 generations later because of a perceived stigma around some of these issues. And there's a lot of that still continues on. We look at the etiology of these conditions. So being suicidal really is being human to some degree. But people blaming or attributing it to faith or religion, attributing it to biology or attributing it to psychology. We do a lot of those things. I think we just need to be open about the numbers. And how do we do it in a way that doesn't judge someone? If someone dies of cancer, we used to have all kinds of words for it. But cancer is just cancer. Suicide can be treated well, effectively.
So, the influence of the family, they don't want to be looked upon, shunned, frowned upon, that it doesn't exist in their family. So at the end of the day, every one of us in here are facing giants. You just have to acknowledge the giants, that they exist, and you have to face your giant. But here's the thing, you cannot defeat that giant by yourself. Right. As David had taken God with him when he defeated Goliath, we have to take God with us. in every situation, not just some, but every situation. Thank you.
Amen.
Good afternoon. I don't have a question. It's more of a comment or a thought from what this young man said. Whatever we call our creator, whether it is Allah or Brahma, whatever name you give him, the Lord, he made one of us only. There is only one Robin E. Gearing. There is only one of us. We all have our gifts. In our schools, we need to teach the children, be yourself. There is no one else like you. Dig into your soul. Find the qualities he gave only you. Then we'll be comfortable in our skins. Thank you.
And I think most faiths are realizing that. There's not as much judgment in most faiths. They've changed how they view this. Death rights are given to people who pass by suicide. But I would hate to be judged by one act. And I would rather be judged by a collective of my acts. Because if you chose one, I might be okay. And you chose another one, I would not be so okay. I'm the sum total of all my flaws and the sum total of all my strengths. So I hope that we treated each other in that way too.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that. That was wonderful. I'm looking at my boss and I'm thinking, we're going to have him at Interfaith Ministries for sure. You're going to come and do a speech for us. Yes. That was wonderful. Thank you. Our next speaker is Mariana Barjona. She has joined the Hope and Healing Center Institute in October of 2021 as a community education coordinator. She holds a bachelor's degree in both psychology and business administration, and she'll be speaking to us today on how we can intervene, recognize, refer, relate, and restore. Thank you.
I'm a little short. I'm Colombian, so. Is this good? Do we have a handheld? Okay, perfect. Hello? Okay, awesome. I've heard so many people talk, and one thing that has really, really stuck out for me in this conversation is that sometimes we feel like, who are we to talk? And even coming up to this conference today, I'm like, welcomed by so many incredible experts in every field, from your faith religion to your profession, just so many amazing experts. So I know that up there it says I'm a community education coordinator, but my favorite title is I'm a professional mental health conversation starter. So I've identified very heavily with that, but that was a recent expertise of mine. Even though I've loved talking about mental health for a long time, it took a little while to get just comfortable in that skin. Like I mentioned, I'm from Colombia, so I had a side of my family that was in the political world that definitely used the word, why do you want to work with crazy people? That was disheartening, because that's not the message that I want to give out for mental health, right? That's a stigma, conversations that don't serve us well, and we're so much better than that. So when I did embrace my professional mental health starter conversation title, I identified two barriers. That was, I'm not a professional, right? Who am I to have these conversations back in the day? But I know that, like we're trying to say, it's mental health happens for everybody. So if I have a brain, then I have the right to talk about mental health. I have the right to talk about my emotions. Another barrier that I identified is, I don't know how that feels. I myself have never had a diagnosis. I've only experienced true anxiety to the clinical term once in my life because of something that was happening in my personal life. Here in a little bit, I'll talk about mental health in a continuum. So whenever we feel like, well, I've never experienced mental health struggles or issues, or even to a diagnosis, a spectrum, still, you can talk about it. We can welcome the conversations. So as I go through this conversation and this training or my topic, I want to challenge you to identify what are your communication barriers around mental health. What's stopping you from carrying this conversation, whether it's in your community, what's been normalized in your family, what's been normalized for you. So I challenge you for that. Because with that, one of the things that I wanted to really say is we're experts in our own field, but we're also your experts in your own community. The conversation doesn't end here. It starts here, but it's going to continue after we leave this building. So really emphasize what that looks like. So thank you for having me with my little or greater expertise, but truly thank you for kind of embracing that conversation. Let's see. So we have a booth out here. I know we're short on time, so I kind of want to go through like the really meat of the conversation, but we are Hope and Healing Center. This is normal for me to be talking about mental health in a faith-based community aspect because we go out to churches and talk about this. So this is an intertwined conversation that I'm very comfortable with, and I'm excited to see a lot of churches and leaders try to normalize that conversation. Sorry. So whenever you're having barriers to the conversation, keep in mind the numbers. Look at those numbers. 1 in 5 adults in America experience a mental health illness. And I know that it's increasing, the number that's actually facing those challenges. So whenever you go to even just now a conference, a retreat, youth service in the morning on Sunday morning, or even if you go to church Saturday morning or during the week, what does that look like for you? This is why it matters to have these conversations, because it's happening. They feel alone, but you're definitely not alone. So really emphasizing those numbers matters so much. And this is a slide that I always start all of our trainings with. I started out with this today's conversation, but when I go out to the community, I just make knowledge of it's happening. How does that look like? Also highlight the main stages of when it begins. And this is the onset of some of the mental health conditions or symptoms that happen. Some of them begin at the age of 14 and more chronic, or half of them, and 3/4 start at the age of 24. Put yourself in that age group. What were you doing back then? If you're 14, what are other factors that are really impacting your life? Are you trying to build friendships? Trying to navigate your relationship with your parents? Because now you're too cool for your parents. What are the things that are happening in their life that is also affecting their mental health? And what are you doing to recognize that? Are you getting creative with your questions after you pick up your child from school? Yes, I know we could say, how was your day? How was that class? How was that friend? How was your teacher? Do you see how that conversation kind of starts changing and getting more perspective into it? So keep in mind that it matters to start the conversation at all age groups. Whether you're in high school, we've saw a lot of statistics about high school. Even if you're elderly, they have a mental health struggles too. Sometimes they feel alone. Regardless of they are, always start that conversation. Now, when we talk about treatment, I know we already got some amazing statistics about that, but I want to highlight we are interfaith, right? So I know we have a lot of people from background. I have Hispanic background. I see a lot of African Americans, American Asian communities, all of these. So really understanding what does the statistic look like for my community can help you start the conversation. I've gone to Asian American churches before, and they tend to be the least community that actually seeks out treatment for mental health. So how can I use that information to start this conversation? Hey, I know you're a community that usually doesn't acknowledge it. You're not alone in not acknowledging it. How can I change it? How can I improve that? How about if you're in Latino, my community? I've mentioned the word, I don't want to be crazy. I don't want to be seen like that. How can I change that narrative in my community? Texas is bipolar. How can I use my words to really better help the mental health community? Because those are really strong words to kind of just throw around. So how can we be more educated around our community to do so? But overall, there's a lack of seeking treatment. So with all of the resources that we've had today, you've had amazing LPCs amazing psychologists, psychiatrists. Get to know them. Get to create a good relationship so that way when you're making referrals, which I'll talk here in a little bit, they're meaningful, and we can really start to increase that number of people actually seeking treatment, getting them in front of professional help, however that looks like. We know that, who knew the statistics, that it's an average of 11 years from the first time somebody has their symptoms, mental health issue symptoms, to actually seeking treatment. How many of y'all knew that statistic? How many of y'all are shocked about that statistic? 11 years old. You have 11-year-old child of all these struggles. And it's the mentality of here is, and one thing that I always so passionate about is whenever you're hitting at age 11, right? And you've had all 11 years of carrying this struggle, it might seem impossible to navigate through the struggles. You almost kind of feel like you have no other options. No one can fix me, no one can help me. This is where we can stay part in. The sooner we get them to help, the sooner they don't feel so hopeless, because it's not impossible to treat somebody that's been struggling for 11 years. It's harder. You might have to have a treatment plan that looks more like meet them every week, meet them twice a week. Maybe it's not to that degree. Maybe it's just once a month, once every other 2 months. And that's a unique experience. Whenever I go out to the community and they know that I am not, I know that it's a counselor, but I went into the psychology world, but I found a passion in educating everybody at what I call level 1 psychology. There's a lack of awareness without feeling the pressure that you're going to get diagnosed. And a lot of the reason why we don't want to have these conversations is because we don't want to be labeled. We don't want to be told, oh, you have issues. But when we start creating conversation that's healthy around mental health, we don't have to fear diagnosis, because that's not always going to be the case. Mental health does not always equal mental health issues or a diagnosis. So start normalizing that too, because that creates less fear around mental health. So we've talked a lot about the holistic view, which I love. But this is always a great visual to have, because we want to make sure we understand that humans do exist in a holistic way. We have parts of our puzzle of our being that is focused on our spiritual self, the mental self, the physical. What are we doing? We talked about eating, exercising, sleeping well. Are we taking care of that? How about our relation? One of the things when somebody is struggling with mental health is they resort to isolation, keeping to themselves, withdraw. So how can we help them feel included? How can we follow up with them? How can we check in on them? Because sometimes when I go out to churches, they'll say, hey, like this person is struggling, but I've been praying with them. They've been going to support groups. They've been going to church every morning. And they've gotten those puzzles already figured out. They already are very active with their spiritual puzzle pieces of the holistic person. But maybe once church is over, they go home. They cook for one. They don't call family members. They don't join their friends. So are they taking care of that side of themselves, their social being? Are they taking care of their physical health? Are they sleeping 2 hours? So when you start looking at somebody struggling, look at all of those aspects. Create questions that target all of these puzzles. Okay, so whenever I talk a little bit more about this, I want to equip everybody with the tools to be able to recognize, refer, relate, and restore through the communities. With the restore, there's more lean towards some resources that we have. So we're tight on time. We have some resources there. So like I said, I want to get to the meat of the presentation, but if you do have any questions, I'll stay here and answer any after the event. But how do we recognize a mental health problem? The threshold here will never be for you to be able to diagnose everybody. As you heard somebody earlier before lunch, it takes years to master that. It takes years to understand that. There's so many things and so many factors that play into diagnosing somebody, what living situation do they have? What is their cultural background? It's just not a threshold that I myself put on just the general public, because we just need to recognize that somebody is dealing with a mental health distress. This is not a anything more than you recognizing that, hey, that individual is struggling with their mental health. So whenever we looked at, and I love that this is not the first time you've seen this. It's different, but this is the first time. Dr. Kama had expressed it earlier, but we love introducing mental health in the conversation of a continuum. I myself can find myself in one part of this continuum at any given moment. Usually, if I'm honest, I'm usually in the well-being. Sometimes I'm stressed, but it doesn't keep me away from having a good night's sleep, being able to show up for my friends, for my family, for coworkers. I've been lucky to have built some coping skills that have helped me deal with moving from Colombia to the United States when I was 8, cope with my parents' divorce, cope with having language barriers and not even able to communicate with my classmates. I've recognized that as things that are not easy for a human. But I haven't recognized them as things that have those things being against me. They were for me. I grew up from that. And those are things that we have been able to learn. But when I found myself in my 20s, like I had mentioned earlier, I did face divorce at 26. Definitely not what I thought my storyline would look like. But I did move myself into the continuum of emotional problems. I seek therapy. I had already some tools that I was able to accelerate my healing because I was so vulnerable, and I used my skills to be able to just acknowledge it. Somebody that had for so many years been labeled as the strong one of the family was finally the weak one of the family. And I'm not ashamed of that. Sometimes you're going to be the weak one in the family, and you're going to have a community of people that can be strong for you. So in the church, your pastor, maybe they need to be weak for a little bit. Who's going to be there for them? How about the congregation? All of them. We are all here to support, and we need to welcome that support. So just as much as you want to give it, because this is what here in this field, we all give, remember to receive too. So again, the continuum. I obviously found myself back in the well-being, and that's kind of how I moved. So no one is exempt from moving within the continuum. And same with somebody that is facing a mental health diagnosis. Just because they have the diagnosis doesn't mean that they're going to get stuck on the side of the continuum where they are constantly in a marked distress, in chronic impairment. They don't have to stay there. With the right treatment, a mixture of treatment for some, the right support, they're going to be able to move within the continuum. Is that 1 minute? Ooh, that's quick. So I feel back like I'm not the only one. But I'll highlight on some important keys. Understand that there's always going to be the biology part of it and the stressors. One thing about this slide that I really want you to take away is that stressors are unique to everybody. Don't belittle what other person is going through. You might feel like, hey, if that was my stressor, I would be glad that that's what I'm dealing with. But your body's responding to it regardless, if you think it's big, little, or not. So really start validating people's stressors. Don't belittle them. Really acknowledge them completely. But whenever we talk about mental health, understand those two components and understand that everybody comes to this world with different vulnerabilities, but then the stressors can impact them. That's when physically you can visualize how people move within the continuum. Okay, let me try to highlight some engaging in concern. Whenever you're out in the community, really pay attention to your community. I said earlier, you're the expert of your own community. Get to know your community. Get to know how their families are doing, how are the kids doing, because it's going to help you identify that somebody's being unlike themselves. This is unlike you. I'm concerned. That's all questions that you can only know if you observe that that person's behavior is unlike them. If it's the behavior they've always engaged in, then that's fine. Let's see, refer. I definitely want you to get one thing out of this communication. I'll skip this one just because just previous to my speaker, he did an excellent job talking about suicide. One thing I do want to emphasize is that 90% of those who die by suicide are suffering from a mental health illness. So I know as much of people are, when I go out to training, they're like, well, tell me more about suicide prevention, suicide. I get that. It's important. We need to talk about it. But what are we doing before people get there? Are we giving them hope? Are we acknowledging that they're struggling? Because when people are in that state of mind, their pain is just so hard to bear. What are we doing to make that pain be less? So acknowledge that. I know that this was acknowledged earlier. One thing is asking the question. Don't be afraid. I know it's intimidating, and every time I say it, it doesn't make it any easier, but asking the question does give you more insight. Just saying, hey, are you thinking about hurting yourself? It feels heavy. Are you thinking about killing yourself? Get yourself prepared to ask that question so you can be like, whoa, nobody has ever asked me that before. Maybe they would have given you some insight of like, man, that was a hard question. I am struggling, but no. Or maybe, man, I thought nobody noticed. So just get comfortable saying, are you thinking of hurting yourself? If that's your threshold of comfortability, get used to that. If you feel comfortable to say, hey, are you thinking about killing yourself? If you've noticed some behaviors that have warning you, again, this is not something you're going to throw out every time. But if you've noticed a pattern of behavior that has grown in concern, he's withdrawn, he's not himself, he, she, what are the behaviors that led you to even ask that question to begin with? So really engage in the question because you're not planting the seed. You've already identified that that person might be struggling. So don't let that be a barrier for you. Last thing is understanding our barriers. I think we've done a good job in covering that. It's mainly stigma. So educate yourself. Know that we do have lack of providers. So you being here, getting yourself equipped with the right information, you're driving forward a positive conversation around mental health. Lastly, as we get, I have more, but I only had, I think I'm in deficit in my time. But I encourage you all to have a list of providers that are meaningful to you. I know that IMSINA has amazing resources, so they should already be at the top of your list for referrals, but continue to build out relationships because getting somebody that you trust, aligns with your vision, speaks the language, understands your culture, that's how you're gonna get people in front of help. And that takes a little bit of effort from your side to get yourself educated on what that looks like. Do the hard work ahead, so that way whenever those situations present itself, you're ready to go. I'm ready to get you connected. So this is a little cheat sheet, happy to pass that. But again, providers, what type of licensures do you have? Specialties, if you're in a community that has mothers, do they see women? Do they see adult women, or like what's their specialty? Because those are all big questions to understand about your provider. Not everybody sees the same age group, the same gender. So really get yourself educated on that. Okay, am I quick? I have that resources out there. I said, get yourself educated. There's no need, we're all here together. So really understand what's available for you because they all are important to building this strong army to bring this forward. Okay, so I think I'm gonna wrap it up because I know I'm ready to escalation, but thank you again. Yes, we have 3 questions. Panic attack on this one. We have. As I did, maybe I'll create my own questions.
Yeah, I think my question is basically for patients or for folks who may not have access to health insurance. What kind of resources I recommend that we direct them to?
Yeah, well, I actually quickly had to. I think there's plenty of resources when it comes to when there's no insurance. We do have what's called the Hope. One resource that I specifically know we use is called the Hope Line, and there's 2 resources for that. Either you could get peer counseling service for 30 minutes unlimited, so you can call back. But that's what we call a warm line. We know that sometimes people don't feel comfortable talking within the community about their issues. Sometimes they don't want to bring it to their family members, their friend. So a warm line, it's a good starting point. It's not the full long-term solution, but it's either a supplement or at least a starting point for you to get comfortable just communicating your feelings. What are you struggling with? Maybe you feel like you don't have support. So that's an option, especially because you don't need insurance for that. It's free. And then the other part of it is we do have a vetted provider list. So if it's the case of somebody not being able to afford it, they could be able to filter those absolutely. But yeah. Other questions?
Yeah. My question is about the mental health patients, like they are getting treatment. So normally, like such patients, they are under anxiety or tension. They go to the doctor, and doctor prescribes a product, for their treatment. And normally it is, I don't want to take the brand name. Pharmacologically, doctors, they understand it's a dinitrohydronitrobenzodiazepine. That's a longer name. So once it's prescribed, they go to the pharmacy, get the 30 days their supplies. Don't you think it's a license for them, the mental health people? They can get overdose and they can die easily. So, for example, Michael Jackson, he took overdose. And, like giving the same medication for the treatment. If they get 30 days supply, they just take 7 days supply and they are gone. So don't you think you are giving a license to them to kill themselves so easily?
And I'm not sure if it's completely the question was around them, the answer always being medicine or for how much they even have access to. I will say getting yourself educated as far as what that diagnosis is, because there are some diagnoses that will require psychiatrists to be able to balance some of the behavioral and mental health struggles. So really getting themselves educated if that's the best treatment. But like we had an earlier speaker said, there's some things that we can do if you're not comfortable with medicine, if that's also not an affordable approach. There are so many resources, so many tools that an individual can apply for themselves to be able to do well by them for their mental health. Does that answer your question a little bit? Glad. Thank you for asking that.
If somebody raises their hand, you have to go.
Yes, sir.
Go. Give him.
The human take in the life. What the reason that?
Oh, sorry.
Okay. The society is hard decision for human to make in the life. What the reason that lead the person get decision to make to end his life?
The suicide decision? Yeah. Why do they think that they get there? Like I mentioned, there's a lot of things underlying there. Usually it's a condition of other aspects, but really understanding what that individual's life was before that decision was made really impacts, because your mental health can be shaken at any moment. We looked at that continuum. We've heard testimonies before of they had never had signs of being suicidal persons, but it takes the right amount of stressor, hopelessness to really feel like the pain is just too hard to carry. And that's why it manifests as different for everybody. And so I always say for the society, if you don't want to dive yourself too deep into diagnosis, but you still want to get yourself educated for your community, feel free to ask individuals, hey, how does your mental health show up for you? If there's a known diagnosis, how does your diagnosis show up for you so I can understand better how to support you? How can I provide hope? We always say that. And sometimes, all of these kind of specs of what checks a box for a certain diagnosis, but they might not experience some of those symptoms. So really getting to know your community and being like, how does this show up for you can help you manifest. But when it comes to what leads them to that decision, it's just how much have they been carrying all along for that to be something. Do we have time?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. Hi. So I've heard this gentleman's question, like, overdose and get mental health advice and get those drugs and stuff.
Yeah.
You said something that before, I mean, we were talking about suicide, and we're talking about that. We are talking about mental illness, but how we get there, if we are at the well-being state, we are feeling healthy. How about talking about that at that time when you are healthy, when you can take care of yourself? That's the key. Then you don't get to that point. Like if you go to a fitness coach or fitness trainer, I know that I have diabetes in my family, or cardiology issues in my family. I don't want to get to that level to get treated. What I should do it when I am healthy and I can do it, like the preventive approach or holistic approach. So if you are healthy and you can do at that time when you are at the well-being state, I think that's the key. We talk about the problem and how to solve it, but we don't talk about when you're healthy, that is the best time to take care of your mental health.
Yes, and I absolutely agree, because when somebody's in crisis, it's really hard to introduce something new.
Yes.
So the more that we engage in normal coping skills, so back to the addiction and introducing family is being. I know a lot of churches have started implementing prayer walks. Right there, you're hitting two things: spiritual and physical health. You're engaging in preventative care for that individual, so that way you can still manifest that. But you're absolutely right. There's a lot of things like grounding tools. Talking about it, where we don't always need a counselor to be in front of us to take care of that. We have so much things to do ahead before that even happens. And the fact that we're acknowledging diagnosis, because I sped up in that slide, but the slide that had the biology in the stressors, it's helpful to understand our own biology when we have family history, because just like we know a little bit more when somebody has cancer or more of those medical diagnoses, it also helps for a lot of people when they have understanding of what has their family history been around mental health, because it equips you with understanding of how that may affect you. So absolutely engaging in the conversation, get the conversation started, because then you learn tools that you would never understand. And don't wait till there is a crisis, till there is a suicide case in your community. Let's take care of that way ahead of time. We don't have to, does not have to be a personal story for you to be able to act. Thank you.
Thank you, Mariana. Thank you very much. And if you aren't familiar with the Hope and Healing Center, it's a phenomenal resource for faith communities and faith leaders across Greater Houston. So that's the Hope and Healing Center. It's in the Galleria area. All right, so now we have our final panel discussion, and I'm going to invite our moderator, Dr. Connie Alameda, back up. And our three panelists that we have Pastor David Sincere Lee, and he is the founding pastor of Fort Bend Transformation Church. We have Anam Ali. She is, I believe, from the Ismaili community. Is that correct? And she's a clinical mental health counselor. And then we have Rabbi Scott Hausman-Weiss. And Rabbi Scott, as long as I have known you, I still cannot say the name of your temple correctly. Shema Kolanu. Shema. Okay. I try. I try every time. Sorry. Thank you.
Yeah, good. I get to sit over here.
Yes.
Hi. Ooh, that's really shiny. Now we're really in the spotlight here. Sorry. Okay, thank you. Well, this has been an amazing day. I have learned so much, and it's just been great to be here in the presence of all of you. And this is our final panel, and we have three amazing faith leaders. And I know I really don't have to facilitate discussion or not, because this is what they do. And so I'm really delighted to be here. I am Rabbi. I too do not know how to pronounce the name of your congregation, but I looked it up, and the translation is God hear our voices. So with that, I would like to go ahead and start with Pastor David Sincere, who I've known for several years in his work not only in Fort Bend County and serving our community, especially our most vulnerable, for many years. So this panel is actually going to focus on what these diverse congregations are doing in terms of mental health for their community. And so we're just going to start with a general description and discussion about how they're addressing their need in their own congregations. And then we'll have some other follow-up questions.
All right. First of all, it's definitely a pleasure to be here today. I'm very touched, Mr. Rapani, for the work that you're doing in the community. Come on, let's give him a big hand clap. He needs to be commended for the work that he is doing in the community, really concerning mental health. Before I go into what we're doing at Transformation Church, I want to talk about the why. The why for me is being touched in my own family with one of my own children that was diagnosed with the mental health issue. One of my daughters was diagnosed with borderline personality disorder. It didn't just impact her, it impacted the entire family. And so as a pastor, I had to educate myself so that I could learn how to help my daughter. But I realized that that's not enough, right? For me, this is personal, and so it's not enough. And so I needed to educate myself so that I could be able to help other people, right? Like my daughter was helped. She is doing phenomenal now. She's a mother. She was able to get treatment with borderline personality disorder. Anybody know that that's a very, very complicated diagnosis, but she's doing phenomenal. And so part of the why we ended up implementing a process in a program at Fort Bend Transformation Church, that's part of the why. What we've done at Fort Bend Transformation Church is we've put together a comprehensive program at Fort Bend Transformation Church. In that program, it doesn't start with our members, it starts with me, right? Let me ask y'all this question. How many individuals have been touched with someone that you know or in your family with the mental health problem? Raise your hand. Right? 1 out of every 5 individuals could be diagnosed with a mental health issue. And so as a pastor, that means that when I look at my congregation, there are many people in my congregation that might be diagnosed with the mental health issue. And so what have we done in order to address that? First of all, it starts with my mental health. Right? I have to make sure that I love myself. How can I help our members if I don't practice self-care? If I'm not taking care of myself? If I'm not going to get a massage, right? If I don't have a therapist? So it starts with me. It starts with the leadership. And so I make sure that I take time for myself. In fact, last year, my wife and I took a 3-month sabbatical. Come on. I came back 50 pounds lighter. In the church, we say amen. And really worked on making sure that my mental health, self-care, that I'm okay. The other thing that we did at Transformation Church is that we started a peer-to-peer program. So we have leaders in our church. They've been trained in how to engage individuals in our church, how to talk to them and communicate with them if they're having a mental health issue, and how to properly refer them to the pastor and to our leadership team so that we can try to help them. So TBRI is one of the trainings that we send our people to. Mental health first aid for children and adults. We send our people to that training. We also train our people in social emotional learning, right? So that when they're working with our kids, they can learn to identify kids that may have anxiety problems, how to manage their emotions, like in our Sunday school, teaching them how to manage their emotions, how to identify their emotions, and also how to make referrals. Trauma-informed care is a big part of our program, making sure that we're educated as leaders in also our congregation. And also ACEs, adverse childhood experiences, right? We have our people take the ACEs survey, right? So that we can also try to help individuals stay away from those long-term health issues that come from early childhood trauma. Then we partner with professional clinicians. We like them, right? Just because we're a church, we love you for what you do, because I'm pastoring, and when I have to refer someone, I want them to see someone that's what they do, that's their job, and they have a license and they're trained. And so that's really important. We partner with Access Health. We partner with various different other organizations that we can refer individuals to make sure that they get the professional help that they need. And the last thing that we've done is we partner with about 60 agencies, right? Wraparound services, because I know that when I have a member in my church and she's about to be evicted, that's stressful, right? So I can refer them to an agency that might help them with rental assistance. Or if we have an individual in our church where they lost their job, right? We partner with Workforce Solutions. It helps bring down their stress level, know that we're fighting for them, and we have an agency that we partner with. And we also partner with organizations like United Healthcare and Legacy Clinics. And so we have a plethora of organizations where we're providing wraparound services. And many of the individuals know me. They know that I attend those meetings, some of those meetings myself, and I'm out in the community. We also partner with Fort Bend Behavioral Health. This is a phenomenal woman right here, and she does a great job for Fort Bend County. And so those are the 4 levels that we have implemented at Fort Bend Transformation Church, always willing to learn new things. And we have a manual, and we have a quick overview of that manual on our website. So if you would like to implement that at your church, see me, I have a card, and then you can go to our website and download it off our website. And then we can talk about how you can get that manual so you can implement what we're doing at Fort Bend Transformation Church. It's a lot more comprehensive than that, but that's the quick overview.
Thank you so much. Rabbi, it's your turn now. And so I just wanted to emphasize a couple of things. Pastor Sincere talked a lot about the importance of partnerships, and he also talked about this trauma-informed care. And we've seen people talk about that, mental health and trauma and what it happens to us and how it affects the body. And we don't have to be mental health clinicians to be trauma-informed and to really think about that, what's happened to individuals, and how we can be more sensitive to trauma, and how we can look at reducing trauma in our own lives and in other people's lives. So I thought those were really important things. The other piece is about the importance of self-care when it comes to leaders, including the faith-based leaders, and I'm sure that will be addressed. But Rabbi, can you talk to a little bit about what you're all doing?
So I think that I'm coming at it from maybe the other end of the spectrum. I'm the rabbi of a small congregation here in Houston. We are actually called Shema Kolenu. Hear Our Voice is the name of the congregation. And we are a synagogue without walls, membership, and dues. We exist all over the city. We are in the Museum District, and we are in Meyerland, we are at the Rothko Chapel, we are in different places. And we have a very sort of low, as a result, low infrastructure. But even in the Jewish community, even in the larger synagogues, we're still a small community. In Houston, there are about 50,000 or so Jews. So I know I speak on behalf of most of my colleagues when I say we rely significantly upon the Jewish Family Services on Braeswood, an organization, an entity that really does so much of the work you're referring to, because we know that the experts and expertise are there. And so I know at some point there's going to be a video. Kim, at what point do you want to play the video from JFS?
I will check on that.
Okay. Well, in the meantime, what I wanted to share specifically from me is my sense of serving my congregation's needs across the board has so much to do with what I am trained for, which is serving the soul, serving the spirit, and trying to help people return to their original wholeness. The Torah, the Genesis begins with God's description, with the Torah's description of human beings, that each of us is created B'Tselem Elohim, in God's image. And the way I teach this, the way I understand it, is that this is the return we are always needing to come back to. And while this isn't the fix for severe mental illness, I do believe it is a significant salve for the tremendous anxiety and soulful disparity that we feel as we live in our world from day to day. Whether we suffer officially from a mental illness or whether we suffer from the mentally difficult world in which we live. And so I continually seek through programming to provide people with the opportunities to recognize that anything we are praying or anything we are studying is ultimately and at the end of the day about themselves and their own ability and desire to return to that soulfulness, to that wholeness. So when, for example, when COVID began, my congregation, like everyone else, we went to online. And my congregation began what I called 10 at noon. And it was basically 10 to 12 minutes of prayer, meditation, and the healing prayer in Judaism called Mishaberach, a prayer for healing. And I had congregants who were regularly joining us on Zoom every day, Monday through Friday, at noon. And the solace it brought for people to have a regular opportunity to engage with prayer, and significantly because they were reminded each time they got on, I am not alone. That there are so many others who are feeling so broken or lonely or frustrated or angry, and to be able to make that connection. So we started that in April of 2020. By the summer of 21, I thought we were done with this. Like all of us thought we were done with COVID in the summer of 21. And I said, well, I think we're done with this. And they said, no. And so we switched to just Monday, Thursday. And we do what's called 3M. We had to rebrand it, We call it Mishaberach, which is the prayer for healing, music, and meditation. And we gather again for 10 to 12 minutes. And I have been truly surprised at how much this has continued to mean to people. Because while I know I can make referrals to experts, and I know that people can engage in very serious study and reflection, work, therapy, I believe that every one of us suffers at least a little bit every day. Every one of us feels distanced from our wholeness, from our uniqueness, from our holiness. And to have that moment, I know it's old hat, right? That, well, we should pray every day. Well, There's a reason why our traditions have taught us we should pray every day. Because it's so easy to get, as I said, disconnected, decentered, that constant feeling like we are just not living in our wholeness. And so programmatically, this is my congregation's effort to continually remind and engage with our tradition as therapies for returning to our centeredness and our wholeness. So,
show the video.
Jewish Family Services very gratefully created a video to share with all of us of what they offer the community.
So, a moment of cultural competency. We're submitting this overview in video form because most Jewish agencies are closed on Shabbat, which runs from Friday night until Saturday night. We're here to give you an overview of the Behavioral and Mental Health Services Department at Alexander Jewish Family Service. Alexander JFS is a mental health and social service organization located in Southwest Houston.
The Behavioral Mental Health Service, or BMHS Department, serves all ages and faiths from 2 to 99 years old, in person or virtually, with counseling, community intervention services, and professional development. For adults, in addition to individual therapy, we offer couples counseling, family therapy, support groups, and support sessions. In the children's department, along with counseling, we offer group therapy, music therapy, and play therapy.
Another service we offer is professional development, and we offer a wide variety of options for professional development, from master's and doctorate level internships to clinical fellowships. We'll train you as a registered play therapist, and also we offer continuing education units, or CEUs.
The Community Intervention Department offers a variety of different certificate-based trainings relating to mental health literacy and suicide prevention. One such certificate training program is Mental Health First Aid. Mental Health First Aid is a public education course that teaches participants how to identify, understand, and respond to mental health and substance use challenges.
Another program we offer is called Touching the Heart. Touching the Heart is a wellness text messaging program for students, young professionals, and parents, where we send you a supportive text every other week.
Bright Stars is a yearly ceremony of light and remembrance to honor the lives that were lost due to mental illness, substance misuse, and tragic death.
And finally, we offer speakers to come and talk to your organization about a variety of topics, from suicide prevention to mental wellness and crisis intervention and support.
If you're interested in learning more about our services, you are welcome to schedule a tour. We'll be happy to show you around. Interfaith Ministries program organizers will share the resources we've presented today. Have a wonderful day.
Hi, everyone. I believe this is our last segment, so just bear with us. School will be out soon. So I am from the Smiley community. My name is Anam. So just like what we heard, we have a similar model, but what I want to touch on is what makes the model that we have a bit unique. We know that people are likely to reach out to mental health professionals who look like them more often. And so we sort of have that model in place where we have a directory of mental health professionals who are from that same community, speak the language, look like them, so it makes people more comfortable. So I wanted to start with that. The other thing that perhaps makes what we have a bit unique is the wellness model, in a sense that, so I'll just kind of give you a visual of what that looks like, if you can just follow with me. Let's say an individual is in need of support. They call this helpline. A volunteer picks up the phone and asks them what they're calling about, what their concerns are, and then they direct that call to either a mental health professional who's on call, or to another board or portfolio who may be able to support them better. So we talked about wellness model a bit ago. There's 8, things to it: occupational wellness. We have spiritual wellness, and so sometimes people may call regarding, spirituality, and they have questions about that. So we have a portfolio in place who can sort of support them with that area specifically. So we have experts, subject matter experts is what we call them, SMEs. If someone calls regarding housing related challenges or financial issues, then we have a portfolio in place for that. Education related challenges. Let's say a mother calls for their child and says, I don't know what school would be good for them. I'm really stressed out about this. I don't know what to do. So we have a list of schools and someone who is responsible for making sure that family is supported in that area. Since we're talking about mental wellness here, I will speak to that model specifically really quickly. So we have mental health professionals on our call who are on call 24 hours, 7 days a week. They take turns being on call. But I will say that our faith, Smiley community specifically, for example, because I am closely, in touch with them, I suppose, and have done a lot of work with them, I can speak to that in a sense that it works a lot through the volunteer support. So we have mental health professionals, but we have tons of volunteers on ground doing this work. And, service is really huge in our culture, in our tradition, in our society. And so that's something that we really value, something that we take pride in, something that we utilize every single day. So these volunteers are our frontline support for a lot of the individuals struggling with mental health challenges. They may not be mental health professionals, but they do have someone in the background guiding them, supporting them, educating them, and things like that, giving them referrals and resources. There is a very, a high shortage of South Asian, Urdu, Hindi, Gujarati speaking clinicians in our area. So our hope is that we try to encourage members to get mental health first aid trainings. We get, any other continuing education credits, which was really awesome to see that your organization offers that as well. So we're really trying to improve our model. It is not perfect. It certainly has flaws, but we do try our best to utilize all the volunteers that we have in place and the mental health professionals that we have. I'm currently working with Harvard Medical School with their Nunchi Health model, which specifically focuses on immigrant mental health. We have a lot of immigrants in Houston area. So my hope is to take some learnings from there and apply it to the communities that we serve around us. And so that's a little bit of what we do. I can go into more details offline if anybody has questions, but I love these roundtable dialogues and discussions so that way we can learn from each other and improve to serve the people that we do serve and want to serve. So thank you.
Thank you. It's excellent. So I have a couple of follow-up questions. So what are some of the challenges? I mean, you've all had challenges and obstacles in doing this, and but there's still so much commonality in terms of the focus on wholeness, on connections, on prevention. So I think that's really remarkable and noteworthy. And so a couple of things. What recommendations or suggestions would you have for other faith leaders that might want to start some sort of mental health, mental wellness program within their own congregations? And I guess the other question too is, what challenges do you see? We've talked a lot about challenges. We've talked about burnout. We talked about what's going on in our world. We've talked about workforce shortages. We've talked about just our own wellness and our ability to continue this work that not only takes a lot of physical energy, but our ability to be present. I know those multiple questions, but I figured that gives you time to think about it. So I guess, just to summarize again, some suggestions that you would have for others, like, hey, I don't know where to start. Where do I start? And then again, some challenges that you see, maybe how would you address those?
Sure. I think that's a great question. One thing that comes to mind is developmentally, I think we need to start doing things for individuals at an early age. I don't think kids play enough these days. We may think that, they're playing, but, I think what I'm talking about is this authentic, crucial, genuine play that used to exist in your time, in my time, when we were younger. There's more and more studies out there now that talks about social media's impact on adolescent mental health, which we haven't touched on today, but that is my specialty. And that is something that I am very, very passionate about. It's actually a conference that I'm attending, that I'm presenting on in Arizona next week, Behavioral Health Tech Conference. If you all are interested, you can chime in virtually for free. There's going to be tons of dialogue around this topic. But I think play is crucial and essential. We need to understand how discovery and exploration that kids need. It's an innate desire and a need that is not happening these days. And so what can we do to ensure that we unplug from social media and all kinds of technology that we have? But I will say, it starts here in this room. If you have children, if you work with children, you're modeling a behavior for them. If you're not unplugging during dinner time or lunchtime, or if you're constantly bringing work home, they're learning from that. So they're going to continue to behave this way as they grow older, which honestly really impacts their psychological well-being. And then when they get to the age when they're 25, 30 years old, 40 years old, 50 years old, they do not know now how to unplug. And that is all they know. They're stuck into their phones and all of that. I'll give you my example, just very authentically. When we had the meditation stuff going on early on, I was still looking at my phone. Like, it was almost so uncomfortable for me to be silent for 3 minutes. And I felt so shameful about it, because in some ways I'm preaching, but I'm also having a really hard time practicing this every day. But it is a start. I am trying to be intentional about it. I encourage all of you to be intentional about it, because it's not too late. We can teach our younger generations to do better, to be better, to just be in the moment, because no one really does that anymore, and it has a massive impact on how they function.
Thank you. Thank you.
One of the things that I am very happy about in terms of what is happening here today is how we're connecting the dots. What I mean by that is, look at all the organizations here standing together and working to break the stigma. And so one of the things that I would love to happen is for us to speak out in one voice, to let the most vulnerable know in our society that it's okay to get help and you don't have to hide, right? A couple of weeks ago, I preached a sermon called "There's Secrets in the House," right? We try to hide from this thing that we all have to deal with and we all face, and sometimes we don't feel good about ourselves. And so I love what is happening here today. Judge Christian Becerra and Julie Matthews and the programs that they've advocated for and they placed in their courts, that's connecting the dots, right? What Mr. Rapani is doing, Nami was here today. If we come together, we can make a difference, right? Do y'all believe that? And we don't have to have this divide between the faith community and faith leaders and our clinicians. We can make a difference if we all come together and fight for the most vulnerable, those that are suffering, those that are hurting, like my daughter, right? And so that's the recommendation, Fort Bend Behavioral Health. The county judge's office, right? With Henna, all coming together. They're here today. There's so many faces that I see in this room today and other faith leaders. If we can just come together, put down our differences and love each other, and care about each other, no matter what the race, no matter what the color, the ethnic group, the class, we can make our society a better place. And we can let people know that it's okay to get help.
Amen. I want to say simply, not simply, it's very complicated, but I think it's simple, actually. We have to stop taking ourselves so seriously. In light of what you were just describing, we need to be reaching out beyond ourselves. None of us has all of the answers that we need. There are so many good organizations, agencies, individuals. And I think the greatest thing, the biggest obstacle to our societal mental health right now, and I may be preaching to this choir right here, is social media. We have got to be teaching our congregants and our children greater social media education, helping them understand that it is a horrific thing to bully people through social media, but it is an incredibly ignorant thing to fall for it. And I know this may sound sensitive, but all of us have individuals in our social media world who say things that are inappropriate, disgusting, critical, whatever it is. I say, if you haven't heard them say it to you personally, do not give it any weight. But it is incredibly difficult because so many of us live inside of these social media bubbles and can't even imagine having a simple conversation one-on-one, let alone a difficult one. But I am watching what is going on as a rabbi and a Jew. I am scared to death about the next attack on Jews, and I believe firmly that it will grow from attacks on social media. So, and I know that the Jews are not at all alone in feeling vulnerable in this moment. But it is incredibly magnified and multiplied right now. If there is one thing that all of us can focus on for our clients, our families, our students, it is social media education 101, how to not engage with it and how to resist messages that come through.
I can't clap because it's very loud when I do. Sorry. I know we're at time, so I want to be sensitive to that. One last leaving thoughts, last comment, and I want to give you that opportunity. I could go on forever and maybe want to make one or two comments, but
there's power in consultation. I think the fact that we're all coming together and learning from each other, I think it's incredible. We should do it more often if possible. I think a multidisciplinary approach is effective. And so not just learning from LPCs or psychiatrists or psychologists or faith leaders, I think it's got to be a collective effort to learn from each other and each expertise that they bring. So I hope to see more of these. I'm happy to participate. I'm happy to bring my expertise and learn from you all and take that to the communities that we serve. But thank you for your time. Thank you for sticking around. School is almost over, so just hang tight.
Anyone that knows me knows I love kids. We mentored We've had the opportunity to mentor over 500 kids in the last 6 years. Right, I understand. And so in that, what I would, final words, he gave a Baptist pastor the mic. So, and final words is this, that we often want our kids to perform. We live in a performance-based society, but we need to teach our kids that we care for them even when they don't perform, right? Even when they're not making the grades. We care about them because of who they are and not because of how much money they have or how many degrees they have. We need to fight for our kids and let them have a positive sense of identity concerning who they are, no matter what their position in life.
So I would just like to end it with this morning we had Dr. Porsa from Harris Health, and he emphasized the importance of language and person-centered language. That's something we all can do. And if we can all take that away from here, how we talk about mental illness, how we talk about disabilities, that is just a remarkable and powerful change that we can all embrace. So when you think about somebody that is struggling with a depressive disorder or somebody that's struggling with schizophrenia, thinking about that is a person first, and then there's a disability. And whether it's alcoholism, whether it's a drug addiction, whether it's a person with intellectual developmental disabilities, whether it's a person with schizophrenia, whether it's a person with a bipolar disorder, we can all do that, and it changes the way we look at it. It's people first. And I think we've talked about that. Language matters, and we can start the conversation. Often these conversations are difficult. Some of us have had personal experiences with mental illness. Some of us have had personal experiences with losing loved ones to suicide. Those are difficult, but we start the conversation. We don't have to be the experts in everything. I think what we've all seen here today is that there are a variety of other resources out in the community that can come to our organizations, our congregations, our community centers, and help us have that discussion. And that is something that was rewarding about bringing this group together, and that the Rupani Foundation, the Ibn Sina Foundation really are taking the lead in. Thank you, and thank you for being here, and thank you to our
Thank you, panelists, and thank you.
Your call.
Do we have time for questions? Maybe just a couple minutes if there's one or two questions.
Are there questions for the panel?
Talking about the treatment, are we using artificial intelligence in the treatment of mental health and behavior? I think that's coming up.
Yes. Great question. Yes, AI and mental health tech's intersection is going to be more and more prevalent in the coming days, weeks, and months. It is rapidly increasing. I think all of us need to be aware of what's out there. There's a lot of mental health apps that individuals are utilizing for mental health support and treatment. ChatGPT, as you guys may have heard of. There's other apps out there as well. Wiza, there's Kintsugi. There are a couple of apps that I am personally sort of researching about just for my dissertation. But to answer your question, I think there's pros and cons to leveraging that. There are more cons than pros, I will say, because just like the connection that I talked about earlier, how we're all about social media, we're glued to our phones and all of that. Technology cannot replace human connection ever. No matter how hard we try, I think people are going to continue to try just because there's money there and there's accessibility there, there's affordability there. So I get it that that's where we're headed, but I don't think that it is sustainable in terms of providing equitable and good support. So I don't know if that answers your question, but I do think that yes, people are using that, and I do think there's a lot of pros and cons to it as well. I don't know if anybody else wants to add.
No. Any more questions? We have time for one more.
It's on. So first of all, I want to thank the panelists for such a great discussions. We have learned a lot since this morning, and we hope to carry it over to our respective communities. And this could have not been possible without the leadership of Chairman Rupani. So please give a hand to Rupani for such a great job. We also have the steering committee led by our president. She's also the president of the World Chamber. So great job. This is the type of program that we need. We as a community leaders, we need this type of programs that bring different religions, different faith, and also different experts in terms of health, mental health together, so we have a lot of different options to choose on. And I'm overblown. This is really good. But I want to point something very important that we experienced within our communities. We know some people are going through mental issues, but they do not want to accept that they have mental issues. So we have difficulty convincing these folks to get the help that we have access to some of the resources that they need to get help to. So what you as experts, what is the strategy that we can use to help those people that need help and they do not want to accept that they are having a mental issues? Thank you.
Do you want me to? Sure. Well, I can try to address that. So often people don't feel safe about talking about it because, they feel like they're going to be discriminated, they're going to lose out on opportunities, possibly a job promotion. I mean, mental illness has limited people's opportunities. I mean, until recently, you would have to put it on your application, it's like, employment history. I mean, it still limits people's housing opportunities and things like that. And there's still this sometimes stigmatization and association between mental illness and violence, and that's not the case. People with mental illness are often victims of violence rather than the perpetrators of violence. But the other thing is there are some serious mental illnesses, such as schizophrenia, where delusional disorders, the individuals really don't think they have a problem. That is part of their mental illness. And those are actually some of the most difficult disorders and to treat and to engage people in care. So again, I know there's been a lot of work. I know Dr. Gehring has done some work on this, the importance of early identification of those individuals, of appropriate diagnosis. So you got to get people into the right provider. You have to have an appropriate diagnosis so that they can get on the right treatment. Because treatment failure, which has been a problem in our country and in our system, is really problematic because it's like what I hear, it's like, I've already tried that. Why are you sending me to a therapist? I've already gone. It didn't work. There's a lot of treatment failure. So we, as providers, need to do a better job with appropriate diagnosis. That means we have to take the time to really know the individual, know their history, including their medical history, their developmental history, and their traumatic history. And then we need to connect them to the right care and get them engaged in the right care. And engagement is a challenge. Again, Dr. Gehring's the expert on that. And if he wants to add anything to that. But engagement is critical. It's not easy, but it's critical to effective outcomes and effective treatment.
I have a question.
It takes time.
Yes. So I have a question here. We are come from the war zone. You see, the people who are came from war zone like genocide in Darfur area and some area, you see the trauma is follow the people like this, and sometimes they create very hard situation in the family. And this is a victim of like this accident happened to them, and they are civilian. When we came here in the United States, we think that we can find some community activities as a leaders, or some organization can work with the community to help these victims. Unfortunately, first time I came here, or after pandemic of coronavirus, I find Mr. Rabbani. He established this program all over the United States. When we were in Egypt, for 8 years, we were working with the MSF, different organizations, to help thousands of people come from Darfur area. And I make announcement all over the world. The MSF come and create a program, is named Community Volunteer, Health Volunteer. This community health volunteer, they get training and became like guidance to the people who have the sign of the mental health. And they can refer these people to the provider or to the specialist. At the same time, they can see the sign. We make like visiting, and sometimes we have activities of community. I hope here you have some like that. So some activities of community also is help the people can get healing. Like culture event, like some playing role, and that is very important. I hope next year you have good program to help thousands of people around you. No one hear about them, and we have to have big team to look for the families and that sign as a leader of communities. Thank you.
Thank you, friends. I think if you have more questions, you can approach our panelists after we end. But thank you so much, everyone. And thank you, Dr. Almeida, for doing 2 panels. All right, bear with us. We just have about 5 more minutes. You will see a QR code on your tables. It looks like it has a little digital T-Rex in the middle of it. If you would please use that with your smartphones and fill out our post-conference survey and give us feedback so that we can do better and hear what you have to say. So when we plan the next one, we know what your feedback is and how to use it. So thank you. And can I ask Dr. Munir Ibrahim to come up to the stage and to close us out, along with Chairman Rupani. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Does everybody have a text message from their family asking where they are when they're coming home? Okay, so we're going to make this really brief. I think everything that needed to be said has already been said, but I do want to take just a moment while you're still in the room. First of all, I want to applaud all of you for being here today, because this was a very important conversation. Just hearing this going on and on throughout the day. So please applaud yourself. And I heard so many times that we could, if we just had a few more minutes or an extra hour, we could continue this. So this was not the end. This was the beginning. And we will continue this conversation, and I can promise you from the core committee, from the Rupani Foundation, the Ibn Sina, that we plan on continuing to do this. And speaking of the Rupani Foundation and Chairman Rupani, it takes a lot of effort to put these events together. And the Rupani Foundation, it's not just about mental health today, but quite frankly, whenever there's a major issue that needs attention, we reach out to the Rupani Foundation, and they're standing with us to make sure that those issues are addressed. So thank you very much to Rupani Foundation and Chairman Rupani. And then, as I continue thanking the folks that really need that, if you look at that board back there, you'll see all of the partnering organizations that supported us and the individuals that are there. And we could not have done it without them, their network and their resources. So please, let's thank all of them. Ibn Sina Foundation, you know, their entire team, their entire staff, they were very instrumental in putting this all together. And so we really need to thank all of those. I'm not going to say the individual names, but you know who you are. We started this this morning with thanking the individual that really worked hard to put this all together, and I don't want to end it without thanking her again, and that is Miriam Khan. I just can't, no words that I could say here today, but actually let you all know how much effort was put in by her to do this. And you know, it's never easy when you have so many diverse faces and groups and everybody wanting something different, but she kept the focus throughout these last few months and made sure. And I think the success of that is what has happened here today. I've only heard positive things as I've walked around the room. So thanks to everyone for that, okay? Now, I do think the chairman would like to take a moment. Oh, yes. How could I forget? We are here today with the Houston Community College, and they were our supporters. And how can I forget those guys? Because we're in their buildings. So thank you very much to Houston Community College. And now we have some awards I think we want to hand out. Is that right, Chairman? Okay. So we would like to invite some of our team members up here so they can receive an award. And we're going to probably take a group photo. Well, while they're getting that set up, can I just talk about the speakers for a moment? I just want to say that I was so wowed by the speakers today. Like, I learned so much, and I knew I was going to learn a lot today, but some of the statistics that were shared, I was flawed. I mean, I was just like, I cannot believe some of those statistics. And I think we're all going to take away quite a bit from that. I know that we've recorded this, so if anybody would like to get a copy of that, please let us know so that you can go back and take a look at it and read it or listen to it again. But applause to those speakers. They did a fantastic job. Are we ready? Take a look? Yes. All right.
Thank you very much. If we can have all of the speakers and facilitators come up to the stage, please. All the speakers and facilitators.
Steve, how you feel about taking a group picture too, please?
Ibn Sina volunteers, staff, please come on the stage. Volunteers, staff, Rupani Foundation volunteer staff, please come on the stage. Volunteers, almost there. Checking the light, the video. Hi, everybody. Okay, 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. On my count of 3, you guys all gonna say Ibn Sina. This is gonna be my first shot for the video. On my count, 3, 2, 1, go. Volunteers question. इसको बोलो.
Okay. Real fast, volunteers, if you could come on up, we're going to give you some certificates.
Volunteers, please come on the stage. We have quick time.
Do you want me to go ahead and announce them? All right. All right, friends, for our volunteers, Azmina Mahmood.
Quickly come.
Matilda Thomas. Rakshita Vijendra, Arum Dantarju, Swapna Patil, Asma Salim, Maria Akhtar, Simra Habib. Okay. Again, any volunteers, if you could come on up to the stage. All right, Simra Habib.
So they're taking part.
Is this you, Hamna? Hamna Chaudhary? Yes. All right, Hamna Chaudhary. Nahid Ahmed. And finally, Nilafar Ali.
Group photo with the staff, Ibn Sina.
Oh, you want the staff from Ibn Sina? Could the staff of Ibn Sina come on up to the stage? Anyone who's on staff at Ibn Sina, if you could come to the stage. All staff of Ibn Sina. Final call. Come on up to the stage. Irfan, I hear your name being called. Irfan. There we go.
Say something really quick.
Yes.
The Ibn Sina staff, everyone. Can we get an applause for these guys? And a special applause for Irfan Bhai. Please raise your hand. Irfan Bhai. Thank you, Irfan Bhai, for what you did for us on this conference.
right, good afternoon, everyone. Drive carefully and happy Diwali.